Chapter 31. Dolua Continent. Land of Dawn. Tang Yu stood on this pure land of light-type soul beasts and looked at the large island that was emitting light. I haven't been back for a long time. Dong said she was here. Before he finished speaking, the sky suddenly shone brightly. Although this light only appeared in this sea area and not in Dolua Continent, everyone on the other islands saw it. Everyone felt that it was brighter than the day in the dark night. The residents of those islands recorded this event down, and it was later known as radiant, day and night in the same sky. Day was day, and the dark sky was even brighter than the day. This rare scene lasted for a day before disappearing. Seriously, why did you cause such a big commotion when you became a god? Humph. Are you unhappy? Besides, didn't you cause a big commotion too? You still have the cheek to talk about me. Okay. My dear wife, you've become a god and become even more beautiful. You're really worthy of being the new god of dawn. I'm still not as good as you. You directly inherited the divine position of fate that no one has ever been able to inherit. In this way, you're the first god of fate. Hee. Thank you for your praise, my dear wife. Let's go find Ling Yu. She's about to succeed. You seem to be more worried about her. I'm just worried about her. It's precisely because I'm confident that you'll be fine that I'm worried about that. You're the girl who's always made me worry. Dolua Continent. Deep Forest Valley. Captain, what are we doing here? Cut the crap. Just a few years ago, when I came here, I found the deepest part of the valley shining with red light. There must be some treasure inside. If we get it, we'll definitely be able to soar. If we hand this thing over to His Holiness the Pope, perhaps His Holiness will reward us. 10 people shuttled through the deep forest. Judging from their auras, they weren't ordinary people. They were soul masters, and they weren't weak. Boom. In the sky above the forest, a blood-colored cloud suddenly gathered and began to thunder. However, it was blood-colored thunder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, blood-colored rain actually began to fall. The flowers, plants, and trees on the ground were all dyed red. It was terrifying. There was also a terrifying aura erupting from within. This, Captain. Let's go. This is really too scary. Yes. It can't be a treasure. Shut up. Go back if you want to. I'll go in myself. But at this moment, an ethereal female voice suddenly sounded. There's no need to leave. Are you from the Martial Soul Palace? Then all of you can stay here. A beautiful 15-year-old girl with purple hair suddenly appeared in front of the 10 people. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. So beautiful. She had a beautiful appearance, long hair that reached her thighs, a slender waist, and a long saber on the left side of her waist. This person was Ling Yu, Tang Yu's eldest disciple. This beautiful lady. This place is very dangerous. Devils often appear here. But don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm a soul sage. Why don't you come with me? Cha. The head of the man who spoke suddenly fell to the ground. Devil? Who are you talking about? Ling Yu's hair suddenly turned blood-red. Her bewitching blood-red eyes stared at the remaining people. There were blood-red runes around her eyes. She had unsheathed her saber at some point in time. That devil, where is he? Ling Yu caressed her saber and gave them a terrifying smile. Don't come over. Devil, run. Cha. Blood splattered. Ling Yu wiped the saber that wasn't stained with blood. Although killing such a filthy thing didn't stain your blood, it tainted your body. You must think it's dirty, right? My family. The saber suddenly flashed. Ling Yu smiled. The saber really had a life of its own. Master. Little Yu, what is the saber used for? Master, the saber is used to kill. You're right. However, that's only one type of saber. The saber can be used to kill, but it can also be used to protect companions. The saber in my hand can be used to cook. That's a kitchen knife. Don't underestimate a kitchen knife. A good chef can use a kitchen knife to cook the most delicious dishes. Therefore, a kitchen knife is like a life to a chef. You must remember that the saber also has a life of its own. Then, what is the saber to you? The saber has a life of its own. What is the saber to me? Master, I seem to have found the answer. The saber has been my family since a long time ago. Lingyu muttered with a smile. 10 soul rings appeared around her. They were red, 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 and gold. An aura that could destroy heaven and earth burst forth. I will let demon god Lingyu and the demon god's saber resound throughout the entire universe. Clapping sounds could be heard. Lingyu looked in the direction of the sound. A man and a woman were standing in the air. It was Wang Dong. Master, mistress. Lingyu was happy and flew towards them. She stopped in front of them. She didn't have the demonic aura from before. Not bad. You're only in your 20s and you've already become a god. You're even stronger than I was before. Tang Yu patted her head and said with a doting tone. Master, I missed you so much. Lingyu threw herself into Tang Yu's arms and sobbed. Master missed you too, you. Tang Yu's voice suddenly changed at the end of his sentence. His face was full of sweat. He glanced at Wang Dong who was pinching a piece of meat on his waist, and at Wang Dong who was smiling at him. Lingyu quickly understood what was going on. However, it had always been like this. She hugged one of Tang Yu's arms. Master, where are we going to play now? Wang Dong mouth suddenly twitched. Then, she hugged Tang Yu's other arm. Yes, darling, where are we going to play now? 2 strong waves of jealousy suddenly burst out. Let's go to the ancient continent. I'm going to do something. Can you guys be gentler? Tang Yu said helplessly. However, the 2 girls hugged him even tighter. Why are all women like this? The continent of Dolua. It was a huge continent in the sea. There were flowers, plants, and even soul beasts living on this continent. There were 9 huge volcanoes that seemed like they would erupt at any time. The strange thing was that this continent was actually moving. Although it was moving very slowly, it was indeed moving. It's here. 3 people suddenly appeared in the sky. They were Tang Yu, Wang Dong and Lingyu. Master, this continent. Lingyu was a little surprised. It's alive. Wang Dong continued. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Yes. Tang Yu was not surprised. With the memories of the dragons, he knew what was going on. Legend had it that among the dragons, one of the 9 great dragon kings, the Earth, Mountain, Dragon King, had the ability to transform into land. They could freely control the earth element. This sounded like it had no attacking effect, but in fact it was because of their ability to transform into land that they were very important to the dragons. Among the dragons, other than the Pipefish King and the Ice Dragon King, who could live in the water, although the others were not afraid of water, they could not live in the water. Therefore, the Earth Dragon King sacrificed their bodies and transformed into land so that the dragons could live on it. When they wanted to move, they could transform back. Therefore, the Earth Dragon King might not be the strongest dragon, but it was the most important dragon. The other dragons respected them very much. Moreover, among the 9 great dragon kings, their defense was definitely the best. Their attacks wouldn't be too strong, but even if the other dragon kings joined hands, they wouldn't be able to break through it in a short period of time. Han Tian had also fought with the Earth Dragon King before, and he only said one sentence, "What a thick-skinned woman." This was completely certain how strong the Earth Dragon King's defense was. One had to know that Han Tian was the strongest among the 9 great dragon kings. Even if the 8 dragons attacked together, he would still be in an invincible position. With his strength, he actually said such words. This showed how terrifying the Earth Dragon King's defense was. And this island in front of them, Tang Yu looked at the 9 volcanoes again. These 9 volcanoes. Boom 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 boom. For some reason, the 9 volcanoes suddenly erupted. Magma spewed out thousands of meters high. The 3 of them were shocked and hurriedly dodged. At the center of the volcano, a huge figure suddenly shot out. It flew into the sky and its body began to expand rapidly. It only stopped when it was 10,000 meters high. It was a fiery red dragon. It had fiery red scales and huge eyes. It had a pair of huge fiery red dragon wings. Its mouth seemed to be able to spit out super high-temperature flames at any time. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air began to turn into a gaseous state. The space also began to distort. Even the sea level below began to boil and evaporate. It's exactly the same as the one in the illusion at the Icefire Yin-Yang well. This is over 6,000 degrees Celsius. Only after experiencing it personally will I know how terrifying it is. As expected of the Inferno Dragon King. Tang Yu thought. Roar! Divine power? Are you a bug from the divine realm? You 3 little bugs, hurry up and scram before I lose my temper. After you scram, don't mention anything about me. Otherwise, I will definitely kill my way to the divine realm and slaughter all of you, the Inferno Dragon King said. It was very obvious that it did not like Tang Yu and the others. After all, the Inferno Dragon King had the worst temper among the 9 great dragon kings. Even when the dragons lost the Dragon God War, they were still unconvinced and continued to kill the gods. It was clear that they had bad tempers. Furthermore, the Inferno Dragon King had the fighting strength of a godly king. It was not impossible for it to cause trouble in the divine realm. As long as it wanted to, it could do so anytime. Wait, why is there that pervert's aura? It spoke again, and its eyes stopped on Tang Yu. It's you? The Inferno Dragon King was shocked. It roared into the sky, and the space around it trembled. After this, its body shone with red light and it started to shrink. Needless to say, it was transforming. No way. Not again. Tang Yu slapped his forehead. There was nothing he could do. Wang Dong and Ling Yu were also wary as they watched the Inferno Dragon King transform. After a while, a 17-year-old girl walked out of the red light. She had a long, fiery red ponytail, and her eyes were red. She was wearing a red dress, and her canine tooth could be seen on the right side of her mouth. She held a fiery red spear in her right hand. It was 2.5 meters long, and the spearhead was very wide and sharp. There was a red dragon engraved on it. She glared at Tang Yu angrily. Is it you? So that's how it is. He actually sacrificed himself to you. In a sense, you're the Frost Dragon King. Humph. Not only did he betray the dragons, but he also betrayed our feelings. Now, he even violated the taboo of the dragons. Since you're the new Frost Dragon King, then die. She raised her spear and slashed at Tang Yu. Get out of the way! Tang Yu shouted at Wang Dong and Ling Yu. After this, his left hand flashed, and an icy blue halberd appeared in his hand. His body was also covered in icy blue scales. 2 pairs of dragon horns grew out, and icy blue dragon wings spread out. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Bang! The 2 weapons collided, and it was also a collision of 2 extremes. Both of them retreated at the same time. However, the Inferno Dragon King was 3 meters long, and Tang Yu was 5 meters long. Tang Yu was at a disadvantage. Not bad. You look like you've just become a god. You actually took one of my attacks. Not bad. Again. The Inferno Dragon King seemed to have gone mad. He kept attacking, while Tang Yu could only defend. It wasn't that he couldn't beat him, but what's wrong? Where's your aura from before? Be serious. The Inferno Dragon King shouted. The one fighting you shouldn't be me, but I. Before Tang Yu could finish, a voice came from afar. It was someone who looked very similar to Tang Yu. If not for the fact that he was wearing icy blue armor, one would think that there was a mirror there. He was the Frost Dragon King, Han Tian. The moment he appeared, it started to snow, and the sea started to freeze. Wang Dong and Ling Yu were a little shocked. They had heard from Tang Yu that the Frost Dragon King looked like him. However, they didn't expect them to look so similar. Catch! Tang Yu threw his halberd at Han Tian like a javelin. Han Tian caught it with his left hand. Thanks. He smiled at Tang Yu. Tang Yu was stunned. He just smiled? Han Tian flew in front of Tang Yu and looked at the Inferno Dragon King. Long time no see. We haven't fought in a long time, since the Battle of the 9 Dragons at the Setting Sun Mountain Range. I didn't expect you to still be alive after sacrificing yourself. Well then, hurry up and die for me now. Why are you still looking for me? You're a traitor. A figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground. When the smoke dissipated, it was Raging Flames Dragon King. Her fire dragon lance was stabbed into the ground beside her, and at the side Han Tian was standing there. Tang Yu was also standing beside him. I lost again. You are indeed the strongest and the person you chose. The Inferno Dragon King lay on the ground, relieved. He is not the person I chose. Han Tian looked at Tang Yu and said, What? The Inferno Dragon King hurriedly stood up. Then why did you sacrifice yourself to him? I just returned the favor I owed him, and his identity forced me to do so. Han Tian looked at Tang Yu and smiled. Tang Yu was stunned again. How many times had he smiled? Favor? Favor. 2 voices were heard. One was the Inferno Dragon King, and the other was, boom 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 boom. The ground began to shake. A huge brown dragon head suddenly emerged from the sea. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be connected to the ancient continent. This was the Earth Dragon King. Tang Yu, Wang Dong and Ling Yu were slightly shocked. This body was really huge. The dragon head suddenly looked behind them and looked at Tang Yu and the others. Ice Dragon King, are you joking? You actually owe this guy a favor. How can he help you? The dragon head spoke slowly. Earth Dragon King, so you are with the Inferno Dragon King. You saved me the time to look for you. Let me tell you now, not only do I owe him a favor, but all the dragons owe him a favor. Han Tian looked at the huge dragon head and said, What did you say? The Inferno Dragon King and the Earth Dragon King were shocked. He is the reincarnation of that person. Han Tian pointed at Tang Yu and said, What? The 2 of them were in disbelief. The Inferno Dragon King's human form hurriedly knelt on the ground. The huge dragon head also touched the ground. We didn't know you were here. Please forgive us. They said in unison. Get up. I'm not who I used to be. You don't have to. No. My lord, you don't know this, but back in the God realm, only the peace party led by you took good care of us beastmen in every possible way. You treated all beastmen like family. After the war with the dragon god broke out, you didn't kill any beastmen either. You even saved the dragon god in the end. Back then, didn't he burn his spiritual sea and perish together with it? Tang Yu recalled the dream she once had. No, sir. Haven't your memories all awakened? Actually, that was just a show for outsiders. Outsiders thought that you sacrificed yourself to stop the dragon god from risking your life to buy time for the 5 enforcers. But in reality, you were actually saving the dragon god. At that time, it was besieged by the 5 enforcers. In the end, they still had to use the Sword of Judgment of the 3 realms to deal with the dragon god. The dragon god was also prepared to burn his own origin energy to risk his life. But if the dragon god did so, he would definitely lose his life. But at that time, you burned your own life force and forcefully took action. You approached the dragon god and used your emotional power to interfere with the dragon god, as well as the 5 enforcers who used the Sword of Judgment of the 3 realms in the distance. In the end, the sword killed you and the dragon god together. However, the dragon god was split into 2, the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. The dragon god survived in a different state. If you didn't stop it, even if the dragon god could have won, he would have paid with his own life. When you sacrificed yourself, You left behind a doppelganger to lead the remaining dragons and beasts out of the god realm. First die. Was it really like that? Tang Yu closed his eyes. Yes. However, behind the Dragon God War, it wasn't that simple. At that time, the 5 enforcers only did that because they were following orders. They had no other choice. First Dai's voice sounded. No other choice? Who could order the 5 enforcers? Tang Yu pondered. Well, forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Tang Yu threw this matter to the back of his mind. Are you all willing to follow him? Han Tian pointed at Tang Yu. Yes. Anyway, it's quite boring for us to stay here all the time. We also want to go out for a walk, It seems that Lord's spiritual world is quite lively. Earth Dragon King suddenly soared into the sky. From afar, it looked like a floating continent. What? Quickly leave this place. Inferno Dragon King shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly left this continent. After everyone left the continent, they finally saw the full appearance of this big fellow. It was like a huge tortoise, and on its back was a huge continent. However, that dragon head, dragon claws, dragon tail already showed that it was a dragon. Following that, its entire body emitted a brown light, and its body slowly shrank. It was obvious that it was about to transform. After the light dissipated, it was actually a beautiful woman with an extremely plump chest. She was about 20 years old, her skin was slightly darker, and she had a head of long brown hair. She stretched her waist. Since I want to follow Lord, then I can no longer continue to be a continent. It's been a long time since I've moved around. Congratulations! Completing the 8th and 9th trials of the Holy Dragon, you are rewarded with the divine artifact Holy Dragon Claw. You can inherit the position of the Holy Dragon God. Chapter 32. The next day, have you recovered from your injury? Tang Yu looked at Sella and asked. Sella replied faintly. Although it was faint, the blush on her face. I didn't complete the mission. Sella muttered to herself and looked at Tang Yu again. I didn't kill him, but I can't go back and report. What should I do? But I can't kill him. The 12th rule of the Assassin's Edict states that you must return the favor you owe others. I owe him the favor of saving my life, the favor of bandaging my wound, the favor of a meal, and the favor of 3 favors. How should I return them? Tang Yu didn't say anything. He just looked at this guy who was talking to himself. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? She had actually said what she was thinking. Is she really an assassin? I've decided. Sella suddenly shouted, scaring Tang Yu. What have you decided? Sella walked to Tang Yu and looked at him very seriously. Finally, she put her hands on Tang Yu's shoulders. Anyway, I didn't complete the mission, and I don't have the face to go back. From now on, I'm yours. Tang Yu was shocked. Wait. Before Tang Yu finished speaking, Sella actually kissed Tang Yu's lips forcefully, and she stuck out her tongue. Swish. Tang Yu's mind was blank at this time. At this time, only one sentence kept floating in his mind. I was kissed by force, kissed by force, kissed by force, kissed by force, kissed by force. When Tang Yu regained consciousness, there was nothing around him, and Sella was gone. He subconsciously touched his mouth. And there's still some temperature, ah pooey. What am I thinking? Tang Yu sensed his body and was suddenly shocked because there was suddenly an additional martial soul in his body. He couldn't believe it and hurriedly released it. He saw that his hair had turned into 9 colors, and 9 different colored scorpion tails suddenly appeared on his tail. His hands also turned into giant pincers. Suddenly, 10 golden soul rings appeared. What the hell is this? Tang Yu shouted. I'm very sorry. Because I have nowhere else to go, I thought of a way, which is become my martial soul. Tang Yu frowned. You already kissed me. How can you be so irresponsible? You! I won't take responsibility? Tang Yu pointed at himself angrily. Nonsense. How can there be a scorpion with such a low IQ like you? If it was anyone else, they would be overjoyed to have picked up a martial spirit for no reason. However, Tang Yu was different. He didn't know who sent this fellow to kill him, but now that she was following him, who knew if she had other plans? Perhaps she was just faking it all. Are you trying to drive me away? Sela suddenly appeared in Tang Yu's spiritual world. She looked pitiful. She suddenly felt that something was amiss. Then, she looked around and said, "Wow! It's so lively here. Hello. I'm Scylla. I'm an assassin. Please advise me in the future." Everyone in the spiritual world looked at Scylla as if they were looking at an idiot. "Yuhao, where did this idiot come from? I feel like my brain has been broken." "But you're good. You actually flirted with another, girl." Skydream laughed. He originally wanted to say beast, but he changed his words. This scorpion, he felt that it was much stronger than him. This guy. The Frost Empress felt herself trembling as if she was facing her emperor. "Are you all partners of the god of emotions? You're so awesome." "It's the auspicious Qilin and the three-eyed golden lion. Oh, and the 9 great dragon kings. Wow. It's the legendary snow demoness Snow Lady. And the mermaid, wow. What a beautiful flower. Big white bear, you're so cute. Is that my tribe's icy jade scorpion? She has the royal bloodline? She's the larva of the heavenly silkworm moth, one of the 10 great insect kings. It's a pity that she didn't undergo the heavenly silkworm transformation. Otherwise, she would definitely become a heavenly silkworm moth. Oh, is she from the Eye Beast clan?" The 7 spirits were shocked. She seemed to know something that the 7 of them didn't. The 9 great dragon kings and the Qilin weren't surprised at all. They were soul beasts that had lived for a long time, so they naturally knew things that other beasts didn't know. "Light Rain, I think we should just accept her," Skydream said. Hey. What do you mean accept her? Tang Yu was furious. "It's fine if we accept her." After that, Tang Yu could only accept this free martial soul and woman under everyone's persuasion. After a while, Wang Dong-er and Ling Yu finally found this island. Tang Yu only said that he had subdued the 9-tailed scorpion. After that, they could talk among themselves. Great Star Do Forest, Xiao Wu hurriedly asked, "Brother, have you found them? How are they now?" Tang San replied, "I've scanned their approximate location with my spiritual power. They're still very far away from here, and it'll take us at least 12 hours to get there even if we travel at full speed. Deming and Erming shouldn't be in any mortal danger, but they're running away, so Bibi Dong and the others should be the ones pursuing them. Deming and Erming's auras are very unstable, and they're fluctuating between strong and weak, so they've most likely been injured quite severely. We have to save them as soon as possible. I've already contacted them with my spiritual power. Even though we're too far away to communicate with them, we can still lead them in our direction. That way, it'll take us less time to meet up with them. Xiao Wu, don't worry. Heaven helps the worthy. They will definitely be fine." Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the sky. "Third brother. Sister Xiao Wu." Tang San and Xiao Wu both raised their heads, and their hearts jolted with shock before elation filled their hearts. On the other side of the Great Star Do Forest, the gargantuan Titan ape was running through the forest in a frenzy. The Sky Azure Bull Python was coiled around its body, and it was constantly releasing rings of azure light. Their bodies had already been stained red with their own blood, and the Sky Azure Bull Python had suffered particularly severe injuries. Its body was originally over 30 meters in length, but at this moment, 7 to 8 meters of its body had been severed, and foul black blood was dripping incessantly from its wounds. Its massive eyes had already lost their former luster, and with each release of those azure rings of light, the light in its eyes would dim slightly. Even the rest of its body was riddled with wounds, and most of the wounds were black and rotting. Plumes of smoke were rising up from its body from time to time, and wherever the smoke came into contact with, the plants would quickly wither away, indicating just how fearsome the poison had been. The Titan ape was in a slightly better condition than the sky azure bull python, but it was also riddled with wounds, especially a massive gash on its chest that was so deep that the bone was visible. Through the gash, one could even see its powerful beating heart. If that gash had extended any further, its heart would have most likely been shattered. Bibi Dong continued onward at an unhurried pace. At this moment, Bibi Dong's legs had already disappeared, and from her abdomen down was a massive spherical body. 8 thick and long legs had sprouted from this spherical body, and they were propelling her forward as if she were flying. Large clumps of green fur were growing all over her body, and they were also stained with a disgusting viscous liquid. Not only had her lower body changed, a layer of purplish-black armor had also appeared over her upper body. Even her face had been covered by a layer of armor, and there were 4 small eyes beneath her eyes. No matter how one looked at it, she looked like a giant poisonous spider. This was Bibi Dong's first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red soul rings were arranged in an orderly manner over her body. This was a super soul ring paired with a powerful being of the titled Dolo level. Bibi Dong wasn't in a hurry in the slightest. Behind her were 5 elderly men, including Chrysanthemum Doloa and Gue Dolu. For this operation, she had brought a total of 6 titled Doloa-level powerful beings with her. In reality, she was well aware that she was more than capable of slaying those 2 mythological beasts on her own. However, as a safety precaution, she had brought out all of her elite troop. The only thing that she was concerned about was that man and the owner of the giant claw that Gue Doloa had mentioned to her 4 years ago. If those 2 were to join the fray. No. She had to hurry. Otherwise, if those 2 were to discover her. De Ming and Air Ming were slowing down further and further, and Air Ming's footsteps were beginning to falter, and he could only maintain his domain for a shorter period of time. Bibi Dong chuckled coldly as she murmured to herself, "It's already quite impressive that you can last this long. Fall. Your Majesty, should we unleash another round of attacks?" Gue Doloa asked in a low voice. Bibi Dong waved a hand in response. "There's no need for that. The 5 of you spread out. The closer we get to the end, the more vigilant you have to be. I have to obtain those 2 soul rings. I won't tolerate any mistakes." Yes. The 5 titled Doloa spread out from behind Bibi Dong before surrounding the 2 mythological beasts in a fan-shaped formation. All they had to do was keep the 2 mythological beasts busy while waiting for the poison to take effect and kill them. De Ming and Air Ming exchanged a glance, and Air Ming said, "I'll cover you, big brother. Perhaps she'll be able to kill one of us, but the other one will definitely be able to kill himself." De Ming could see the despair and resignation in Air Ming's eyes, and all of a sudden, his eyes lit up slightly. "No, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps there's still a chance that we won't die at their hands." Right at this moment, before De Ming finished speaking, a blinding golden light suddenly shone in the great Star Do forest. Bibi Dong and the other titled Doloa were all attracted by this golden light that had suddenly appeared. The golden light had appeared behind Gue Doloa, and it had appeared without any prior warning. It was as if a pillar of golden light had appeared out of thin air before enshrouding Gue Doloa's body. Gue Doloa let loose a howl of anguish as the black energy around his body was instantly dispelled, revealing his true appearance. His entire body was convulsing from the excruciating pain. Around 5 meters in front of him, a figure silently appeared. This figure wore a massive cloak that concealed his entire body, and in his right hand was a black trident that was around 10 feet in length. The pillar of golden light had come from his forehead. "Be careful!" Bibi Dong was struck by a sense of grave peril as soon as this figure appeared, and he hurriedly issued an order, "Kill him!" However, right at this moment a stern voice rang out, "You better not move! Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to you. When this voice rang out, Bibi Dong and the others couldn't even move. Then, they noticed that a man and two women had suddenly appeared next to Gui Ming. However, they couldn't sense any soul power fluctuations from these three. One of the women reached out to caress Gui Ming, and then she glared at Bibi Dong and the others with murderous intent. You dare to plot against them? All right, leave it to third brother. He can handle it. The young man patted the woman's shoulder. We'll cut her into pieces later. Bibi Dong looked at the three in disbelief, especially the handsome youth. Could it be that these three had already reached level 100? They don't even look like they're in their 20s. Spirit! Spirit Aishura! Gui Dolor and Ju Dolor suddenly shouted. What? Everyone from the Martial Soul Palace was shocked. Bibi Dong, in particular, had finally arrived. This guy was like a demon. Third brother, you can deal with these people yourself. Tang Yu retracted the pressure, allowing them to move. Tang San's first target was Gui Dolu. Previously, he had discovered that the light of Poseidon could suppress Gui Dolu. Gui Dolua's body was purified by the light of Poseidon, turning into a wisp of black smoke that rose into the air. A black soul bone fell from his body, and the Poseidon retracted its trident. The barb on the left side of the trident caught the soul bone. Old Gui! Ju Dolua screamed and rushed to the spot where Gui Dolo was killed, trembling as tears flowed out of his eyes. He had been with Gui Dolua for more than 60 years, and their relationship was even deeper than that of blood brothers. Seeing that Gui Dolua had died without a corpse, Ju Dolua was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Everyone from the Martial Soul Palace looked at Tang San, who was wearing a black robe. You're Tang San. Everyone was shocked. To be remembered by so many titled Dolua in the Martial Soul Palace, you must be very lucky. Tang San looked at them coldly. Bibi Dong, come out and fight. Tang San pointed his Poseidon trident at Bibi Dong. Tang San, do you think you're my opponent now? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Bibi Dong shouted angrily, and even forgot about the existence of Tang Yu and the others. The furious Bibi Dong's expression changed. The 6 spider spears on her back, as well as her arms that had transformed into spider spears, gathered in front of her. The 8 spears pointed to the ground, and an intense dark green light accompanied the flash of her first soul ring. The 8 spears rose up at the same time, and suddenly, a crescent-shaped dark green light slashed out. It collided with Tang San's golden blade of light from his Poseidon trident. With a loud bang, the violent collision caused both their domains to become chaotic. Tang San's blue-silver domain was more chaotic. He took 3 steps back in his domain before he could stabilize himself. His face was pale, and he exclaimed, "What an evil power!" Tang Yu, Wang Donger, and Ling Yu were watching the battle. Extreme evil? Rakshasa divine seed? Wang Donger frowned. As the god of dawn, she was sensitive to the dark, evil, and murderous power. The Rakshasa god had an evil and murderous aura. It's okay. With third brother's current strength, he can escape even if he can't win. If he really can't, there's still us. Tang Yu said. Master, why don't we kill her now? She has the potential to become a god. She's a threat to Master and Master, Ling Yu said. Tang Yu shook her head. If we kill her now, your master won't have any pressure in the future. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? Furthermore, the only person who can kill her in the end is your master. Let's get rid of the troublesome soldiers first. Tang San thought to himself, and threw the Poseidon trident in his hand at the 4 Dolu. Be careful! Bibi Dong shouted. She couldn't care less about attacking Tang San. Her figure flashed, and she was already beside her 4 subordinates. She couldn't tolerate any more losses. The spider spears that her arms had turned into instantly transformed into 2 huge black scythes, facing the Poseidon trident head-on. The Poseidon trident itself weighed 108,000 kilograms. In addition to the soul power and Poseidon's light that Tang San paid attention to, the Poseidon trident displayed its original ability. The three major effects of breaking demons, breaking evil, and annihilating appeared at the same time. Even Tang San couldn't unleash its full power now. However, this desperate attack was still extremely terrifying. The loud sound was accompanied by a violent flash of golden light. The power of the divine weapon shook the whole place. The four Doloa were forced back almost at the same time. Their attacks landed on the Poseidon trident, which only slightly slowed down the speed of the trident. However, it also caused the golden light on the Poseidon trident to become even more intense. The one who really blocked the Poseidon trident was Bibi Dong. The pitch-black giant sides blocked the Poseidon trident head-on, and Bibi Dong's rank 99 soul power burst out completely. But even so, her body was still driven back by the huge force. The three major effects of breaking demons, breaking evil, and annihilating on the Poseidon trident continued to shock her body. Cracks spread rapidly on the giant sides that her arms had turned into. She roared fiercely, and the 6 spider spears on her back were forcefully inserted into the ground. Her arms suddenly shook, and the 2 giant sides exploded at the same time. The strong explosive force finally blocked the impact of the Poseidon trident. At the same time, the spider web on her forehead lit up again. Strands of purple and green energy mixed together quickly swam around her body. A trace of pain appeared on Bibi Dong's face, but her strength suddenly increased. She suddenly flung her body, and her palms, which had turned back into arms, supported the Poseidon trident below. The trident suddenly flew into the air, and a layer of purple and green energy spread over the trident. It actually weakened the light of Poseidon on the trident by a lot. Tang San was also close to exhaustion. He took a deep breath, and with a suction of his hands, he activated controlling crane capturing dragon. The Poseidon trident was only a little more than 50 kilograms to him. Under the guidance of his soul power, it flew back to Tang San. However, the sea god's trident had returned, along with Bibi Dong, whose face was filled with malevolence. Didn't she need to adjust? Tang San was shocked. He watched as Bibi Dong followed the Poseidon trident and lunged towards him. He retracted his left hand and pushed out his right hand. In midair, the Poseidon trident suddenly swept horizontally towards Bibi Dong. This sudden change caught Bibi Dong off guard. She wanted to grab the Poseidon trident and steal it, so she was very close to it. Now that the Poseidon trident suddenly changed direction, she could only use her hands to block in front of her. With a bang, Bibi Dong's body was blasted away like a cannonball. The Poseidon trident accelerated again and returned to Tang San's hands. After that, he smiled. Let's try a new move. 5 golden rings flew out from the trident and wrapped around Bibi Dong and the 4 titled Dolu. Bibi Dong and the others couldn't move. Unpredictable wind ripple. Tang Yu was stunned. He seemed to tremble subconsciously, and then, there was nothing else. Wang Dong laughed. Haha. When you first came to the God Realm, you were trapped by the upgraded version of the unpredictable wind ripple, right? However, you are also the only god who managed to break free from the indefinite storm. Oh, mistress, has no one ever broken free from the unpredictable wind ripple? Ling Yu was very curious. Not really. If the difference in strength is too great, that person can break free in a few seconds, Tang Yu said plainly. But you just became a god then. Your strength was at most on par with a second-tier god, but you managed to destroy the upgraded version of the unpredictable wind ripple. In the entire god realm, you are probably the only one who can do that. Wang Dong laughed. Tang Yu scratched his head. Thank you for the compliment, my dear wife. That's weird. Mistress, what are you guys talking about? I feel like something is wrong. Ling Yu said blankly. Did you hear wrongly? The two of them said hurriedly. There was sweat on his forehead. Ling Yu stared at him. How suspicious, we can't move. Bibi Dong and the others were shocked. The unpredictable wind ripple is about to end. No. We have to end this quickly. 1,000-year white clouds. The sky was filled with halberd shadows, and they were like golden clouds that dazzled the eyes. The clouds covered the 5 people in front of them, and most of the clouds were concentrated on Bibi Dong. It was as if no one had seen it before, and no one would be able to see it in the future. This was an area of effect skill. Can't you just call it 1,000-year white clouds? You even said such a long name. Master is really... Ling Yu said softly. Tang Yu, Wang Dong or _. With a loud bang, the large golden cloud of light exploded almost at the same time, shrouding the 5 people like mercury flowing down the ground. Amidst loud booms, every part of their bodies was struck by a powerful attack. The 4 titled Doloa spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. They were blown into the air by the golden clouds of light before they were flung far away. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Purple demonic patterns flowed all over Bibi Dong's body at this moment, laying down a layer of purple defense on the surface of her body. However, when a huge portion of the cloud of light erupted from her body, she was also sent flying. Under her martial soul true body, her expression couldn't be seen, but a large amount of purple mucus spewed out of the Death Spider Emperor's mouth, clearly indicating that it was severely injured. The third move. The brave warrior has left and will never return. Tang San spun around in the air, and the Poseidon trident in his hand shot out, bringing with it an illusory shadow. It seemed to cut through the void, and the illusory shadow reached Bibi Dong. You can just call it never returns. Ling Yu complained again. Shut up. Don't disturb them during the battle. Tang Yu knocked Ling Yu's head. Yes. I know. With a pop, Bibi Dong's body exploded into countless pieces under the attack of the golden Poseidon trident, scattering in the air. The strong golden light penetrated 1,000 meters. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into golden light spots and disappeared. The power of this attack was so great that even Tang San, who had launched it, was mesmerized. It was the first time he had used it. The golden light disappeared, and when the golden trident reappeared, it was back in Tang San's hand, turning back to its black color. Phew! I finally won. I didn't expect the 13 moves to be so powerful. I have to think about the first 3 moves in the future. Tang San knelt on the ground with one knee, panting nonstop. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy. Then, he hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground to recover from his injuries. We won just like that? Ling Yu couldn't believe it. The 4 titled Doloa were also in disbelief. There was fear in their eyes. Did we really win? Tang Yu curled his lips. In the air, the purple pieces of Bibi Dong's body were quickly gathering together. Under the effect of the purple light patterns, they were glued together like stitches. At the same time, there was a circle of strange purple light patterns around these pieces. It's not that easy to kill her. Tang San opened his eyes and looked at Bibi Dong, who was recovering. After that, he left her alone. With Light Rain, Donger, Xiaoyu, and the others around, she wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. The purple demonic patterns became more and more intense. The broken body of the Spider Empress slowly gathered together and returned to its original form. However, there was a faint trace of gold in the purple demonic patterns on her body. As soon as she returned to her true form, Bibi Dong immediately removed her martial soul true form and reverted to her original form. She even withdrew her martial soul. With a cry, she spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Her body trembled violently, and her beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness. These 4 people will be the biggest obstacle to me unifying the continent. Forget it. The biggest obstacle isn't us, but yourself, idiot. Tang Yu said indifferently. What do you mean? Bibi Dong looked at Tang Yu. The answer, you can find it yourself. You can go now. I won't kill you, but next time, it will depend on my mood or third brother's mood. Tang Yu said. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and shouted to the four Doloa, "Let's go!" The four Doloa hurriedly helped Bibi Dong out of the great Star Do forest. Master! Lingyu was about to say something, but she was interrupted by Tang Yu. I said, there's no need to chase them. She is your Uncle Master's stepping stone. You can't kill her. Yes. Tang Yu looked at Deming and Erming's bodies. You have two choices now. First, I will use the power of God to save you, but your strength will be greatly reduced. Second, Tang Yu looked at them and said, say no more. We are willing to become his spirit soul. Deming said decisively. Tang Yu shook his head helplessly. At the same time, he thought to himself, I haven't said the second choice yet. The second option is for fate to change the trajectory of their death, slightly changing the trajectory of their fate so that they can't die. You can't blame me for this. They chose it themselves. They chose the third choice. Great Star Do Forest, roar! Moo! Two loud roars came from the forest. There was a person sitting cross-legged in the depths of the forest. There were 4 people beside him. Tang San was sitting cross-legged, and standing beside him was Tang Yu, Wang Donner, Ling Yu, and Xiao Wu. However, Tang San's right arm was currently broken. Xiao Wu's face was filled with worry. Tang Yu and the others were relatively calm. After that, his severed right arm suddenly regrew. It was none other than the Blue-Silver Emperor Soul Bone's Spring Breeze Rebirth. Another Azure Soul Bone fused into Tang San's right arm. It was the soul bone of the Sky Azure Bull Python. Then, a small green snake coiled around Tang San's right arm, but its head was like a bull's. After that, the 9 soul rings suddenly disappeared, and a small hammer appeared in Tang San's left hand. It was completely black, and it was the clear sky hammer. Then, 3 red soul rings appeared. The first 3 of his second martial soul were all 100,000 years. A palm-sized gorilla lay on Tang San's left shoulder. Tang San slowly stood up and looked at the small green snake on his right arm and the gorilla on his left shoulder. Please take care of me in the future, brother. Okay. After that, the 2 beasts turned into rays of light and entered Tang San's forehead. Tang San stretched his muscles and picked up his severed right arm. Xiao Wu, light rain, let's go. Chapter 33. WH. What? Tang Yu screamed in shock. Everyone looked at Tang Yu in shock. What had happened to make this Lord God lose his composure? Tang Yu frowned slightly and looked at his right hand. Then, with a thought, the simple and unadorned circle appeared in his hand again. With another thought, the circle disappeared in an instant. Tang Yu directly entered the spiritual world, but Tang Yu looked at his own spiritual world in disbelief. Mountains, forests, herbs, rivers, lakes, and the Duke's mansion. All the beasts had transformed into their human forms and lived in the Duke's mansion. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. More importantly, this was a planet. This was simply a new world. However, Tang Yu was in disbelief because this was the dream world. What was this? Let's not care about that for now. The first die. The first die. Come out quickly, I have something to ask you. Tang Yu shouted. Stop shouting, Yuhao. The first die hasn't come out recently. He told us that if you come over and ask about something called the reincarnation circle, he will tell you that it's a good thing. It's the divine artifact of the reincarnation deity position. Also, he said that it can save your life in the future. Wang Qiu suddenly appeared in front of Tang Yu and said. However, Tang Yu noticed that her expression wasn't very good. The reincarnation circle can save my life. Tang Yu released the reincarnation circle again. What does she mean by saving my life? Is there going to be a bloody disaster in the future? Qiu, what's going on? Tang Yu looked around. It's the first die's doing. He felt that Yuhao, your spiritual world, was a little too monotonous. It was just an ocean and an island. So, he merged your dream world and your spiritual world, and it became like this. It feels quite beautiful. The first die called this the inner world. Wang Qiu'er smiled. However, her smile was a little strange. Tang Yu shook his head helplessly. If you want to renovate your spiritual world in the future, you have to let me know. Knowing that the reincarnation circle was not dangerous, he was relieved. Just as he was about to leave the spiritual world, Wang Qiu'er suddenly shouted, "Yuhao!" Tang Yu turned around. "What's wrong, Qiu'er? Can you hug me again?" Tang Yu was stunned and frowned. "What's wrong? Why is Qiu'er acting so strange today? Are you going to hug her or not?" Qiu'er looked at Tang Yu. Tang Yu walked over and hugged her. He realized that Qiu'er was hugging him very tightly, as if she couldn't bear to part with him. What was going on? "Yuhao," Qiu'er whispered. Tang Yu responded. "Do you like me?" Wang Qiu'er suddenly asked a strange question. Of course I like you. Qiu'er, what's wrong with you?" Tang Yu did not hesitate at all. "Yuhao, take me." Qiu'er was silent for a while before she suddenly said this. "Okay, I'll wait, huh?" "Qiu'er, what did you just say?" Tang Yu looked at Qiu'er in disbelief. "Yuhao, take me." Qiu'er began to slowly take off her armor, revealing her snow-white skin and perfect figure. Wait. Qiu'er, be more reserved. We can't do it here. No. If we want to do it, we should do it in the house. No. I. Tang Yu's face was red. Right now, Qiu'er had taken off all her armor and was standing naked in front of him. Tang Yu's lust began to burn. If he remained calm and unmoved, he would doubt whether he was a man or not. Qiu'er leaned on Tang Yu's body. Wang Qiu'er swallowed her saliva as she looked at Wang Qiu'er's beautiful face and perfect figure. Wang Qiu'er slowly whispered into Tang Yu's ear, "Fool, what are you waiting for? I'm already taking the initiative." Tang Yu could not hold back anymore. If he continued to hold back, he would not be a man anymore. With a roar, he unbuttoned his clothes and pushed Qiu'er. Be gentler. Ugh, sorry, I hurt you. I feel like vomiting." Many of the single dragons and Qilins could only eat the beast food. After a long time, Tang Yu lay on the ground, panting. There was blood on the ground. He looked at the beautiful woman in his arms, who had fallen asleep with a satisfied smile on her face. He gently caressed her face. "I'm sorry, I've been too busy recently. I haven't been able to spend time with you. From now on, you're really mine." Right now, he just wanted to spend the night with her. The next day, Tang Yu and Wang Qiu'er woke up early. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Wang Donner's voice came from outside the spiritual world. She said that she was going back to Tangmen. Tang Yu got up and kissed Wang Qiu'er before he left. The single beasts, who were watching at the side, went to eat the beast food again. Just as Tang Yu left, the first die suddenly appeared. The 9 great dragon kings, the Qilin, and the 9-tailed scorpion all looked at him. However, there was reluctance in their eyes. The first die looked at the 8 spirit. "Have you guys thought about it? With your current strength, you won't be able to help the second king. With that person's personality, he will definitely kill the second king and everyone related to him, especially his confidants like you." "The first died. Is he really that strong?" the 8 spirits asked. They did not believe that that person could be that strong, very strong. Electrolux suddenly appeared and said slowly, "That guy is indeed ridiculously strong." Han Tian said calmly, "Chao Xin, also known as the Divine Emperor, has already grasped the power of the universe. In this universe, he can use the power of the universe to fight against his enemies. The power of the universe is also known as the power of chaos. It is the origin of all energy and power. It is above soul power, battle chi, heaven and earth origin energy, spiritual energy, immortal energy, divine energy, and any other energy. Only the strength of a divine king who has grasped the power of the universe can resist it. However, it is only resisting it. Therefore, I hope that you can leave the Second King's spiritual world and go to the place where you once lived to cultivate in seclusion until you have the strength to kill a divine king. You must at least grasp a trace of the power of the universe. After that, return to the Second King's side and continue to help him. The Second King's enemy is not only the Divine Emperor. The first die looked at the eighth spirit. All the spirits were shocked. This, we can't even say goodbye to him? Wang Qiu'er and the eight spirits asked in unison. Even their words were trembling. The first die closed his eyes and shook his head. If you guys say goodbye to him, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to leave. I know the Second King's personality. He will definitely not let you go. If you guys really want the Second King's good, then you should increase your strength. A divine emperor is not that easy to deal with. Dozens of divine kings together can only fight one divine emperor, and this is under the condition that the divine emperor doesn't use the power of the universe. Of course, if the divine kings have grasped the power of the universe, they can fight one divine emperor with 5 of them. However, the power of the universe is not that easy to grasp. The first die didn't continue. This was because he saw the determination in the eyes of the eighth spirit. First die, please send us away. Also, don't tell Yuhao. If Yuhao asks where we went, just tell him that we went to find ourselves in this era. The eight spirits closed their eyes, controlling themselves not to cry. Why didn't you tell me? A voice sounded. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads, only to see Tang Yu standing there without them knowing when she had appeared. Yuhao? The eight spirits were stunned. However, Tang Yu only stared at the first die. Why didn't you tell me? The first die didn't say anything. He just looked at Tang Yu. Answer me. Why didn't you tell me? Tang Yu roared. Why didn't you tell me when you knew that someone was coming to kill me? If you had told me, I would have worked hard to cultivate to protect everyone. Now you want to separate my family? What are you trying to do? What bullsh*** T Divine Emperor. As long as I work hard, I can definitely surpass them. When the time comes, I can just kill them. Why do you want my family to leave me to cultivate? They can't go. I can protect them alone. Slap. A clear slap sounded. The one who slapped Tang Yu was Wang Qiu'er. Tang Yu was stunned. Wang Qiu'er gently touched Tang Yu's face. We can't always rely on you to protect us, right? In the past, it was always you who worked hard to cultivate for us. This time, let us cultivate for you. Hubby? Wang Qiu'er said firmly. In the end, she couldn't help but cry. Tang Yu looked at the 7 spirits and saw that they were all tearing up. Even the cold-blooded evil emperor was the same. After being together for a long time, it was inevitable that feelings would develop. Second King, don't you want to know how strong the Divine Emperor is? Let me tell you, the Divine Emperor can activate space-time turbulence. Although it can only be activated once every 100 years, it can indeed be activated. Space-time turbulence? Tang Yu and the 8 spirits were in disbelief. Wait, you mean? Tang Yu seemed to have thought of something unbelievable. That's right. The space-time turbulence that swept you here 20,000 years later wasn't natural. It was man-made. It was caused by the Divine Emperor of Order. And his goal is to kill you, Second King. Second, the exceptional generation said seriously. Silence. A moment of silence. Why does he want to kill me? Tang Yu paused for a moment, then continued. Can you not hate me if I tell you? The first die said strangely. No, I won't. Tang Yu said. When I was still alive, he and I were old friends. However, because my prestige spread throughout the universe, I stole his prestige. That's not the main point. The main point is, he thinks that his wife cheated on him after the Divine Emperor of Order, and he thinks that the person who cheated on his wife is me. A moment of silence. F***ck. Why don't you just die? You should just die. You actually want me to clean up after the sh*t that you've caused? I'm going to kill you. Yuhao. Calm down, calm down. Don't block me. This guy is too perverted. He wants me to bear the consequences of his own sins? I'm going to kill him. After an explanation, misunderstanding? Tang Yu calmed down. Yes. He misunderstood me. That day, he saw me with his wife in the forest, so he thought that we were having an affair, and he hated me. Actually, that's not the case. I was talking to the Divine Emperor of Order about how to celebrate his birthday. He forgot that his birthday was in a few days, but the Divine Emperor of Order didn't forget. So, she invited me to plan his birthday party together. However, before it started, he started the War of the Dragon God. Then, you know the rest. The first Dai looked at Tang Yu and said, "After all that, it's all because of a birthday party. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is an embarrassing incident for you, primordial ancestor." Brother Skydream complained. Then, since you're here, Second King, you can decide for yourself. The first Dai didn't care anymore. Tang Yu was about to say something. Wait, Wang Qiu'er suddenly said. Wang Qiu'er looked at Tang Yu and said proudly, "Hubby, no matter where we go, the ties between us will never be broken. You've been working too hard. We have to become stronger and share some of your burden. Don't try to stop me. You know that I'm a stubborn girl. Once I've decided on something, you can't change my mind." Tang Yu looked at her in a daze. It was as if he saw the proud golden dragon lady. "That's right. Yuhao, do you know? I feel that my body is a little strange recently, as if something is going to happen. I have to leave for a while. I'm afraid I'll miss something." Skydream suddenly interrupted. "Damn Skydream, what can you miss? Yuhao, don't worry. With our strength, no one in the continent of Dolua can threaten us except for the Silver Dragon King." The Ice Empress said. "That's right. We're not going to die. We're just going into closed-door cultivation. Father, you have to be careful. The primordial ancestor said that you're going to face a disaster." The Snow Empress added. "Little White has to go into closed-door cultivation too. Go and develop your own potential. The Star Anise can't fall behind you guys. Liao will definitely work hard to cultivate for you, Hao. Since you've taken care of me, I'll take you as my brother. Since my brother is in trouble, and I'm not strong enough, I'll go and become stronger." The 8 spirits said what was in their hearts. "You guys." Tang Yu's body was trembling. Tears flowed out of his eyes. Then, he said, "You have to live." "Yes." The 8 spirits said in unison. The first Dai and Electrolux laughed. The 9 great dragon kings laughed. The Qilin 9-tailed scorpion laughed. The relationship between humans and soul beasts could reach such a level. The 8 spirits left the spiritual world with the help of the first Dai and Electrolux. Brother Skydream and Wang Qiu'er went to the Great Star Do Forest. The Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Little Bai went to the extreme north. The Star Anise came to the Icefire Yin-Yang Well. Liao returned to her tribe. The Evil Emperor returned to the Evil Demon Forest. They only had one goal: to find themselves in this era and replace them. After that, they went into closed-door cultivation, until they met Hua Yuhao 10,000 years later. Heaven Do Empire, Tangmen what? Sister Qiu'er and Skydream left? Wang Dong'er was in disbelief. It was the same for Lingyu. She had heard that Wang Qiu'er was her master's other wife, which meant that she was also her master's wife. Tang Yu didn't hide anything. He told them the truth. The two of them were in disbelief. Godly Emperor? The space-time turbulence wants to kill you? Damn it. So this was all part of that Godly Emperor's plan. I'll teach him a lesson in the future. Wang Dong'er said furiously. Master's wife. We're not a match for him now. Lingyu said helplessly. The Godly Emperor wants to kill me. Are you afraid? Tang Yu looked at them. Who's afraid of him? Doesn't he just control the power of the universe? Let's try it in the future. Wang Dong'er said. Afraid? Master, how do you write afraid? You didn't teach me how to write it. Ling Yu laughed. Tang Yu laughed. Very good. Since that's the case, let him come. However, before that, we should deal with the Tang men. Chapter 34. The Heaven Do Empire won the first battle at Jialing Pass. They defeated the Martial Soul Empire. Tang San and Tang Yu's stories spread across the continent. Tang San convinced everyone with his trident, while Tang Yu won the title of Brain Commander with his superb leadership and strategy. However, Tang Yu did not care about the title. He was only there to help Tang San, not to fight for the Heaven Do Empire. His strength was also very terrifying, especially when the 6 great reverends came to save Bibi Dong. His gaze made them stand there obediently. After that, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao also rushed over. Even though the battle seemed to be over, they used their actions to tell everyone that the heavenly sect had reappeared. Tang Yu's domineering words at the end became the Martial Soul Empire's nightmare. Next time, remember to call me the Thousand Stream Sect. Otherwise, I'll be bored to death. One day later, Tang San decided to complete the Poseidon test as soon as possible. He had to become a god as soon as possible. Before leaving, Tang Hao taught him the great Sumer hammer technique, Jialing Pass. Under the urging of the 6 reverends, Bibi Dong decided to hand over his position to the Thousand Stream Sect and planned to return to the Martial Soul Palace. Gold Alligator Dula slowly stood up and walked out of the tent. He raised his hand and looked at the silent night sky. His heart was not calm. He could not forget Tang Yu's commanding tone and the power that could kill him with a glance. Spirit Ice Shura? What a Spirit Ice Shura! He's the first god to become a level 100 god. Young mistress, you must pass the last test. Only when we become the angel god will we have the power to fight against him. In fact, he did not know that even if the gods came in person, they would have to respectfully address Tang Yu as Lord when they saw his current appearance. 3 days later, Tang San and Tang Yu left the camp. Wang Donner and Ling Yu stayed behind to hold the fort. Martial Soul Palace, are you ready? An old and calm voice rang out. Qian Rinxue slowly raised her head. One could see that her eyes were completely golden, and they were emitting a holy light. Yes, I'm ready. Qian Rinxue's voice was not as emotional as before. It sounded cold and indifferent, as if it did not come from a human's mouth. Boom! The angel statue shattered into pieces and turned into countless golden light spots in the air. At the center of the explosion, Qian Rinxue, who was clad in golden armor and had 6 wings on her back, had returned. To be more precise, the angel goddess Qian Rinxue had returned. The surging golden flames on the angelic sword that was raised high above his head transformed into a golden pillar of light that soared into the sky, instantly breaking through the restraints of the top of the hall. A series of massive energy fluctuations erupted, causing even the sun to pale in comparison. In the carriage, the spiderweb pattern on Bibi Dong's forehead lit up. She, who was still in a weak state of cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. She rushed out of the carriage in a flash and looked in the direction of the Martial Soul City. All she saw was the vast horizon. However, she seemed to have really seen something. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she clenched her fists tightly. She did not even realize that her nails were digging into her palms. No. This is impossible. He's only the guardian of the angel goddess. How can he become a god? Why is there such an aura? Why? Teacher, what's wrong? Hulaina was shocked by Bibi Dong's sudden actions. She hurried over to support her teacher. Great Star Do Forest. Ayaya. Third brother, it seems like someone has become a god before you. He's indeed an important stepping stone for third brother. Tang Yu looked at the sky and laughed. Tang San looked at the sky. The gigantic angel's shadow was frowning. The trident on his forehead was getting hotter and hotter. The blood in his entire body seemed to be boiling. Light rain, we have to hurry. Tang San walked towards the depths. Tang Yu did not follow. He took out a pitch-black pearl. Brother, I'll bestow you with an opportunity. Tang Yu tore open space and threw the pitch-black pearl with all his strength. You must hit that scoundrel. Otherwise, the God realm will have one less powerful god. Tang Yu smiled. After that, he followed Tang San and left. One day later, Tang San's clear sky hammer obtained a new soul ring. It came from the human-faced Spider Emperor that was over 50,000 years old. Tang Yu originally wanted to make it his spirit soul, but Tang San was unwilling to accept it, so he killed it directly. Tang San's 8-spider spear also reached the god rank before him. However, it seemed to have entered a self-sealing state. Furthermore, it successfully soared to rank 95. Not long after, 2 of the 3 Qianjun ant brothers were killed by Tang San and became soul rings. However, the strange thing was that the 2 black and red soul rings actually turned red. Tang Yu said that they broke through the bottleneck at the last moment. However, it was a pity that they could not obtain soul bones like this. They only became 100,000 years old after absorbing the soul energy, so they could not produce soul bones. As for the last Qianjun ant, Tang Yu stopped Tang San from killing it. Tang Yu communicated with the ant and finally succeeded in convincing it to become Tang San's spirit soul. Furthermore, during the fusion process, it broke through the 100,000-year bottleneck and became a 100,000-year spirit soul. It could be said that it was Tang San's third 100,000-year spirit soul other than Xiao Wu who had materialized. It gave Tang San 200,000-year soul rings at once. Because it had just reached the 100,000-year level, the accumulated power did not give Tang San a third 100,000-year soul ring. Tang San also broke through rank 96. The only downside was that he did not produce soul bones. After all, this 100,000-year spirit soul only became a 100,000-year spirit soul after fusion. When Tang San opened his eyes, he was stunned. There was disbelief in his eyes. This was because Tang Yu was holding a rope, and the rope was actually tied up with a 19-year-old girl. Tang San knew this girl. It was Qian Renxue. You. Tang San looked at Qian Renxue in disbelief. Yo. Third brother, you're awake? Quickly take a look. I caught a living little angel chi. Tang Yu laughed. You, why are you so strong? Why? I've already become a god. Why can't I even defeat one of your hands? Qian Renxue looked at Tang Yu with a face full of unwillingness. She had already appeared when Tang San fused with his spirit soul. After that, she did not expect Tang Yu to suddenly appear behind her. Qian Renxue reacted quickly at that time and released her strongest move. In the end, Tang Yu dispersed it with a wave of his hand. This guy is more dangerous than Tang San. This, do you know? Gods are also divided into ranks. There are the God World Patrollers, God Official, 4th rank gods, 3rd rank gods, 2nd rank gods, and the 1st rank gods who are the main fighting force of the God World. There are also the 5 great enforcers who manage the God World. Your godly position as the God of Angels is considered a strong god in the God World. You're one of the 1st rank gods. However, you've just become a god. At most, you're only a god official. You'll need a long time to fuse with your godly position before you can become a strong 1st rank god. As for my strength, it's better that I don't tell you. Tang Yu explained to her patiently. However, he did not tell her that his strength was already comparable to a 1st rank god. If he put his life on the line, he could even become a godly king. The god of destiny did not have a godly position. It would become stronger as its successor became stronger. Furthermore, Tang Yu had already grasped a trace of the power of the universe. As long as he had enough time, he could become a godly emperor. Dealing with a god of angels who had just become a god was child's play. However, he did not kill her after he captured her. To be honest, he did not hate Qianrenxue. Perhaps it was because her descendant was Yi Gai. Therefore, he did not hate her at all. God of angels? Should I find a more powerful godly position for Gai in the future? This thought actually appeared in his mind. Tang Yu hurriedly threw this thought to the back of his mind. However, he did not know that this thought of his would become a reality in the future. After this, Tang Yu pressured Tang San and Qianrenxue into a duel. Initially, Tang San was at a disadvantage. In the end, he had no choice but to use his forbidden skill, the exploding ring. His strength temporarily soared to the godly realm, and he suppressed Qianrenxue. After this, he used the Guanin's tear. It pierced through the right side of Qianrenxue's chest. It pierced through her heart. Tang San finally won after much difficulty. Tang Yu supported the weak Tang San and smiled. He had once used the Guanin's tear to severely injure the beast god and the god of destruction. Tang San had also used the same move to severely injure the god of angels. Although this god was still a rookie and did not know how to unleash the true strength of a godly position, he was still a god. Tang San had actually severely injured a god as a human. Tang Yu nodded in satisfaction. He had really grown up. Wait a minute? Why would I think that? Tang Yu supported Tang San and looked at Qianrenxue. You're injured so badly? Tang Yu threw a jade-green pill to her. Then, he picked up the Poseidon trident beside him. Goodbye. The next time we meet, third brother might already be a god. Tang Yu looked at Qianrenxue and said. Then, he used space jump and disappeared from Qianrenxue's sight. Tang Yu. Tang San. You two brothers. What kind of monsters are you? Qianrenxue looked at the jade-green pill in her hand. It emitted a strong vitality. Then, she swallowed the pill. Just as it entered her mouth, she suddenly realized that she did not need to condense her own heart. Her own heart was quickly condensing under the terrifying vitality. It was many times faster than her condensing her own heart. An hour later, Qianrenxue had completely recovered. Even her internal injuries were completely healed. What a terrifying pill. Tang Yu, is it? I owe you a favor. By the sea, no. I'm going to look for third brother. Xiaowu could not hold it in anymore. Zhu Zhuqing was quick. She quickly grabbed Xiaowu. Xiaowu, don't be rash. If you want to go, we'll go together. Wait a minute, look. At that moment, Oscar suddenly shouted. Everyone looked in the direction of his voice. They saw that the previously turbulent sea suddenly quieted down. All the waves seemed to have calmed down at that moment. The surface of the sea was as smooth as a mirror, like a huge lake. As far as their eyes could see, about 500 meters away from the shore, a huge whirlpool was forming. The surging energy waves dyed the entire sea surface with a layer of blue light. Then, two figures appeared. Were they not Tang San and Tang Yu? Why did they come out of the sea? It was also because Tang Yu used a space jump too much and jumped directly into the sea. However, Tang San still looked very weak at that moment. Everyone hurriedly surrounded him. Little third brother, why did you come out of the sea? Dai Mubai saw that Tang San had returned. Although he looked like he had encountered a strong enemy, he was relieved to see his brothers gathered together. Tang San smiled bitterly. He looked at Tang Yu, who was supporting him, and said, You have to master it well in the future. Otherwise, you won't know where you'll jump. Tang Yu was a little embarrassed. Third brother, after you defeat the demon whale king, can you not kill it? Tang Yu looked at Tang San and asked. Light rain. Don't tell me you. Tang San thought of something. I want to try to persuade it. It might work, Tang Yu said. Okay, but what if it doesn't listen? It has to listen even if it doesn't want to. Tang Yu told everyone that the demon whale king's strength was 990,000 years. It was one step away from 1,000,000 years. However, its age was only 300,000 years. Everyone was shocked except for Tang San. 5 years ago, Tang Yu had already told him, so he was not that surprised. The demon whale ocean, brother! Come out for a chat. Tang Yu shouted at the sea. A huge island appeared. No, that's not an island. You've become a god. Sure enough, you're indeed the one chosen by fate. Why, are you going to ascend now? Do you want to have a cup of tea with me before you leave? It was a very huge whale. Let's not talk about this brother first. Someone said that he wants to defeat you. Tang Yu said slowly. Oh. The whale saw Tang San. So it's you. You know me. Tang San was a little surprised. How can I not know the person chosen by Poseidon? However, even if you're the person chosen by Poseidon, do you want to defeat me? That's not enough. Brother, please step aside. We'll catch up later. Brother, my third brother's strength can't be underestimated. Don't fall for it, Tang Yu said and stepped aside. 2 people, 1 man and 1 whale with a huge difference in size, stood opposite each other on the sea. The demonic whale king's body began to be surrounded by a bluish-purple light. As the bluish-purple light faded, the 200-meter-long deep-sea demonic whale disappeared. What appeared in Tang San's vision was a middle-aged man with a simple face. The man was more than 3 meters tall, with long dark blue hair draped over his back. The most peculiar thing was that he was wearing a strange dark purple armor. The armor was crystal-like, consisting of a breastplate, shoulder plate, stomach plate, battle skirt, and 4 armors. His whole body was one, and there were no gaps between the armor. A tall neck guard protected his neck. He wore a dark purple half-encircling hat on his head, with gill-like patterns on both sides. All the energy in the air seemed to have completely gathered together the moment he appeared. At the same time, a huge dark purple vortex appeared behind him. The vortex slowly floated up, spinning from his back to his front. Finally, it condensed in the middle of his breastplate and turned into a fist-sized gem. Even though it had turned into a gem, it still flashed with rotating energy. It looked extremely strange. The last time I transformed was when I was fighting Brother Tang Yu. This time, I'm going to fight you? Ah, come on. Let's see if you can kill me and become a god, or if I can swallow you and become a divine beast. The deep-sea monster whale king's eyes were a little sluggish. His body was still floating in midair, staring at Tang San. His eyes were full of unwillingness, but this light was also replaced by a deathly aura. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, only purple-black blood gushed out of his mouth. Finally, this powerful million-year soul beast could no longer support his body. The 3-meter-tall body fell from the sky with a large amount of blood, straight into the sea. Without the support of energy, he could no longer maintain his human form. While he was still in midair, the deep-sea monster whale king had already reverted back to his monster whale form. His 200 meters long huge body crashed onto the surface of the sea with a loud bang, and there was a huge wound in the front of his body that almost broke. The huge body crashed into the water, and the sea was immediately dyed red by its blood. Tang Yu appeared in front of it, his right hand surrounded by green vitality. He gently touched the huge wound, and the wound began to slowly heal. Brother! I told you, third brother's strength can't be underestimated. Roar! I really fell. The deep-sea monster whale king was bitter. It looked at Tang San. Kill me or cut me, do as you please. Go and follow your god position. Tang San looked at it with some admiration. Third brother, do you know? It didn't use its full strength at all. It didn't use dragon transformation. If it used this, you might have already lost. Tang San was shocked. You really are my brother. You know my territory like the back of your hand. I didn't use dragon transformation because I was afraid of attracting heavenly tribulation. Then, he looked at Tang Yu and Tang Yu nodded. Tang San and the others naturally couldn't understand it, but soul beasts could, and Xiao Wu also understood. It turned out that Tang Yu wanted to persuade it to become Tang San's last spirit soul. Can I become a divine beast in another form? Interesting. Okay. I agree. During the fusion process, Tang San distributed the excess power to the 6 monsters, Little White and the others. Thus, the cultivation of all humans and beasts would increase by a large margin. A huge whale appeared under Tang San's feet. It only had one eye and the other was obviously blind. The 9th soul ring of the clear sky hammer had become a dark red gold soul ring. It was obviously a 990,000-year soul ring. There was also a torso bone. He had collected a complete set of soul bones. Poseidon's 8th test completed. Poseidon set passed. Reward: Poseidon affinity increased by 30%. Total affinity is 99%. Hearing this voice, Tang San couldn't help but frown. When he finished the 7th test and pulled out the Poseidon trident, his affinity with the Poseidon had reached 85%. In the 8th test, he had obtained another 30% affinity. Logically speaking, it should be 115% affinity. Even if Poseidon's affinity could only be increased to 100%, then his should be the highest 100%. He didn't think too much about it. Following that, he saw Tang Yu holding a bead in his hand. It seemed to have fallen when he fused with the magic Whale King. This is very similar to the dragon pill. Tang Yu muttered. Third brother here. This is yours. He threw that thing to Tang San, and Tang San accepted it. Shrek 7's current strength was Dai Mubai, rank 89 Oscar, rank 87 Tang San, rank 98 Ma Hongjun, rank 87 Xiao Wu, rank 80 Ning Rongrong, rank 88 Zhu Zhuqing, rank 87. Their average strength was above rank 80. Following that, under Tang Yu's guidance, Tang San condensed his 2nd soul core, and it was the yin-yang complement. His soul power had truly reached rank 99. Poseidon Island. Tang San was faced with 2 choices: a pitch-black Poseidon trident, and a blood-colored greatsword that was more than 2 meters long. One was the Poseidon deity position, and the other was the Shura deity position. That greatsword was given to him by the dead Tang Chen. Tang Chen said that he didn't succeed in conquering this thing, so he gave it to Tang San. At the same time, he also gave the Shura deity position that he didn't inherit to Tang San. Tang Chen's death was a huge blow to Tang San. Although he heard from Tang Yu that the Shura god was one of the god realm's enforcers, surpassing the Poseidon angel god and the Rakshasa god. Furthermore, he was the existence with the strongest attack and combat power among the 5 enforcers. But in the end, he decided to inherit the Poseidon deity position. After all, the Poseidon deity position took root in his body first. Bai Saishi stared at Tang San, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Tang San, are you really ready? Tang San didn't back down at all. His clear eyes looked into Bai Saishi's eyes. Yes, I'm ready. Bai Saishi's voice suddenly became serious. Poseidon is the god that controls all living things in the sea. As the successor of Poseidon, you will spare no effort to protect your people. Tang San, can you do it? Tang San said without hesitation, I can. Bai Saishi asked again. Poseidon is the spokesperson of light, the controller of the sea. Can you let the kindness in your heart last forever, and use the power of Poseidon for justice? Tang San said with certainty again, I will definitely bring the justice of Poseidon to the world. Bai Saishi said, Poseidon has the power to control everything in the sea. As the successor of Poseidon, the new Poseidon, you must always remember that you can't disgrace the dignity of Poseidon. You must spread the divine light of Poseidon to every corner of the sea, and use your divine power to assist your people. Don't let any foreign enemies invade. Yes, I will do it. Senior, stop it. When Tang San saw Tang San burning herself, he wanted to stop her, But he couldn't move. Child, don't be sad. This is my mission. From the day I became the high priest of Poseidon Island and the manager of the Poseidon Temple, this day was destined to come. As the high priest of Poseidon Island, not only do I have to protect everything in Poseidon Island and spread the grace of Poseidon, but I also have to be the guide of the new Poseidon. Now I have completed all of this. Next, you can only rely on your own strength. Child, I have lived for more than 100 years. Like your great-grandfather, we don't die young at our age. Don't be sad. I have to complete the mission given to me by Lord Poseidon. In this regard, I am the same as Qian Daolu. Now, I can tell you that although Qian Rinxue has become a god, Qian Daolu, as her guide, must be like me, sacrificing for the inheritance of the gods. This is what we have to do. Only by using our bodies as a guide and using our energy as a bridge of communication can we trigger the true divine power and help you complete the inheritance of the gods. If Tang Qin was still alive, perhaps I would have some regret. But he has already left before me. What else do I have to miss? Child, don't cry. Death isn't scary. To me, it's a good release. Originally, when you started the Poseidon 9th examination, I was still a little unwilling. I even felt a little unbalanced and repulsed. I also tried to use my own strength to influence your examination. That was not because I was afraid of death, nor was it because I wanted to go against Lord Poseidon's orders. It was because there was still an important matter in my heart that had not been resolved. I still want to see Tang Qin. And you have already fulfilled my wish for me. In this life, he and I were unable to become partners. Now I am going to follow him. I believe that in another world, I will definitely be able to be with him. Next, everything will have to rely on your own strength. Although you no longer have the help of Poseidon's trident, I have witnessed too many miracles that you have created. I believe that this time will be no exception. You will definitely succeed. You will definitely become a true Poseidon. To be able to send you to the path of Poseidon's inheritance and watch you take this final step, I am actually luckier than Tang Qin. Go, child. Use your strength, courage, and endless willpower to accept Lord Poseidon's final test. I wish you success. Tang Yu looked at the card in his hand. It was the Grim Reaper. The corners of his mouth curled up. Immortal soul? Tang Qin, Poseidon. I wish you happiness. The land of Poseidon's inheritance. Poseidon let out a long breath and wiped the sweat that was impossible to exist on his forehead. He looked at the place where Tang San had disappeared and muttered to himself, "This kid is too smart." Fortunately, I reacted quickly and did not let him be fooled by his own cleverness. I did not give him any clear instructions anyway. Even if he is the Heavenly Realm's enforcer, he can't blame me. Hee ha 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 ha. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded and the entire Poseidon temple trembled violently. Poseidon, who had a wretched smile on his face, suddenly became alert. His smile froze and the majesty of a god reappeared. He turned around and stared at the entrance of the Poseidon temple. A figure as big as him, but wrapped in dark red magic patterns, slowly walked in. Every step he took made this incomparably huge Poseidon temple tremble. A dark red light surrounded his body, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. One could only vaguely see that he was wearing an armor covered with dark red magic patterns. The air in the entire Poseidon temple seemed to solidify. Poseidon's face also became a little ugly. "Isn't this the Shura's enforcer of the heavenly realm? What are you doing here?" The man called the Shura's enforcer by Poseidon said coldly, "Poseidon, don't you know what you've done?" This middle-aged man wrapped in dark red magic armor had a sonorous voice that sounded like metal clashing. And with every word he said, the air seemed to become a little colder. Poseidon curled his lips in disdain. "I don't know what you're talking about. Are you still King playing dumb?" Shura said coldly. "Not only did you personally come to the land of legacy, But you also gave the inheritor pointers and tried to lower the difficulty of his inheritance. You've already broken the rules of the heavenly realm. You should know what the consequences are. Those who break the rules of the heavenly realm will be obliterated. Poseidon's face changed and his voice also became cold. Shura, don't slander me. Don't think that just because you're an enforcer of the heavenly realm, you can slander a good god. Which ear of yours heard me giving pointers to lower the difficulty of the inheritance? Right now, Azura was only 5 steps away from the sea god. The two divine-level experts of similar stature faced each other. What did you say to that human called Tang-san earlier? Could it be that you've forgotten? Poseidon suddenly laughed, and his laughter was even more vulgar than before. Ha 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 ha! Shura's blood-red eyes suddenly became even colder. What are you laughing at? Do you think you can escape the punishment of the heavenly realm? Poseidon looked at Shura with some contempt. Who told you that I would be punished for what I said? Lord Shura, everything I did was within the rules of the heavenly realm. Don't you know that inheritors can exceed the limit of affinity? Exceed the limit of affinity? You mean this kid? Without waiting for Shura to finish, Poseidon interrupted. That's right. Tang-san had a 115% affinity in the first 8 tests of Poseidon's 9 tests. Even though his Neptune's heart had been shattered, his self-perception was only at a 99% affinity. However, the shattering of Poseidon's heart was caused by the influence of the inheritor of the angel god. Because of the god-tier powerhouse, the affinity cannot be evaluated normally. The inheritor's body is not affected. If it exceeds 100%, it will still be calculated according to the actual affinity. You should know this, right? My lord Shura enforcer. Shura was silent. Poseidon continued. Before the inheritor carries out the inheritance, their affinity with the god of inheritance exceeds 100%. Then, during the inheritance, the god of inheritance's original soul can come to the place of inheritance and give some pointers to a certain extent. Therefore, my coming here is completely within the rules of the heavenly realm. However, as far as I know, even as an enforcer, you can't easily leave the heavenly realm and come here, right? Although the place of inheritance is between the heavenly realm and the human realm and is considered a buffer zone, gods can't come here without special circumstances. You're an enforcer, but you know the law and break the law. Be careful, or I'll go to the Heavenly Realm Committee to impeach you. Shura looked coldly at Poseidon. Don't try to win a battle of words. I heard what you said to Tang-san just now. Do you dare say that your words didn't exceed the limits of what is allowed? The pointers you gave him were too obvious. Poseidon argued. Who said that my pointers were too obvious? Before he even understood what was going on, I had already sent him to receive the inheritance. Shura, oh Shura, don't think that I don't know why you came here. Aren't you just jealous that I have an inheritor, so you came to steal him for me? But what a pity! You came too late. You must have come here because when Tang-san was receiving the inheritance of Poseidon, because the heart of Poseidon was broken, he couldn't hold on halfway. You just happened to save him and let him receive the inheritance of your god Shura. Am I right? Let me tell you, don't dream about it. After so many years, do you think it was easy for me to find such an excellent inheritor? I'm about to finish the 9 tests here, and you suddenly popped out and wanted to steal my peach. Don't even think about it. Who told you that you can't receive the inheritance without the heart of Poseidon? It's just a little dangerous. Also, there's something you might not have thought of. The little whale that caused me some trouble was taken care of by Tang-san. That person also gave the little whale and whale pearl to Tang-san. With those things, recovering the heart of Poseidon won't be a problem. God Shura coldly glanced at Poseidon. He defeated the deep-sea monster whale king with the power of your Poseidon? Poseidon remembered that Tang-san defeated the deep-sea monster whale king largely because of the mutation of the killing god domain, which drew out the power of God Shura. With the help of God Shura's powerful killing aura, he completely suppressed the deep-sea monster whale king and won. In fact, even if Tang San's affinity with Poseidon exceeded 100%, the Poseidon wouldn't have come. But when he learned that God Shura wanted to steal Tang San, he rushed over as fast as he could. He didn't want anything to happen to Tang San during the inheritance process and give God Shura an opportunity. Gods couldn't interfere with the human realm. Only a trace of divine sense left in the human realm could help the candidate complete the assessment, and they couldn't be biased. Except for some very special gods, such as that Lord, the legendary god of fate, the god of freedom, and some other special gods that no one could inherit. Just as the two gods were about to fight, a voice rang out. "Seniors, please calm down. This place can't hold you two for long. If you want to fight, go to the heavenly realm. Don't involve the lower realm." A voice sounded, and the two gods looked at the door in disbelief. They saw a beautiful and handsome 18-year-old youth in a black trench coat appear there. His long blue hair reached his waist, and his blue eyes were as deep as the universe. He had a stack of tarot cards in his hand, and his hands were constantly shuffling the cards. How did he come here? And there was an aura that the two gods were familiar with. It was the power of emotions. You are the first god of emotions?" The two gods were shocked. They hurriedly saluted him. How could they not salute him? The person in front of them was an old monster that existed before the creation of the heavenly realm, before the 5 law enforcers appeared. Even the 5 law enforcers of the first generation had to respect him. The current Shura and Poseidon were only the second generation. As for this lord's deity seat, his deity seat had been passed down for about 9 generations. The quality of the deity seat of emotions was actually not inferior to that of the 5 law enforcers. If the successor was more talented, there was a possibility of promotion. The current chef of the 9th generation god of emotions was the strongest among all the first-level gods. This showed how powerful the deity seat of emotions was. But other than the first god of emotions, the previous gods of emotions could not reach the height of the first god. Recently, the two gods felt the aura of the first god of emotions. Although it was very weak, it was indeed the aura of the first god of emotions. They deduced that the first god of emotions might not have died in that great battle. Poseidon and Shura saw Tang Yu's current appearance with their own eyes and confirmed that he was indeed not dead. "Seniors, don't be like this. I'm not the first god of emotions. Look carefully." The young man was Tang Yu. This is the god of fate? I know. You are the person that my brother chose. Poseidon finally recognized Tang Yu. You actually inherited the deity seat of fate that no one else could inherit. According to the understanding of deity seat inheritance, we should also call you Senior, the first god of fate Senior. Senior, you have the power of emotions in you, which proves that you are related to the first god of emotions, Shura said respectfully. Although this child seemed very young, he inherited the deity seat of fate that no one else could inherit and the aura of the first god of emotions. Therefore, his future was immeasurable. Wait, that's not right. Why is your body this? What kind of monster is this guy? Why are there so many deity seats inheritance? And they are all not in the god realm. Could it be from another god realm? Shura and Poseidon were in disbelief. You don't have to fight like this. Just make him an existence where two gods coexist. Tang Yu ignored their voices and said to himself, "Two gods coexist. That seems possible. I'll go back and prepare. Thank you for your guidance, my lord." Shura's enforcer hurriedly left. Poseidon was also thinking. Two gods coexist. That's indeed possible. My successor can become an enforcer-like existence. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The 8 slender spider spears suddenly shrank and became shorter, but also thicker. Each of them became about 2 meters long. In the next moment, the 8 spider spears that were filled with wavy cloud patterns suddenly stretched out. Like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, 8 huge golden wings spread out at the same time. Seeing this scene, Tang San couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Each of the 8 wings was about 2 meters long and wide. The wavy cloud patterns on the wings were its feathers. With every gentle movement, the wavy cloud patterns would fluctuate and transform into a resplendent and sparkling golden light. The ends of the wings were extremely sharp, just like the edge of a sword. The gorgeous light was so moving. Every slight movement was like a call to Tang San. Is this my 8 spider spears? Brother, are you not willing to comb my hair? No, I'm willing. I'm willing. Tang San's strong love overcame his rationality. He shouted emotionally. But in the end, he still broke through the first illusion. In an instant, Xiao Wu disappeared. He had also successfully broken through many illusions. Then, that Qian Rinxue appeared in front of Tang San, and then? What's going on? Disconnected? Log in again. Shrek and the 6 freaks were all stunned as they looked at the scene of the inheritance in the other world. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun shouted almost at the same time, "It's over! Xiao Wu is finished!" Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were already blushing. They closed their eyes and did not dare to look anymore. At this moment, they did not even have the time to pray for Tang San. Xiao Wu's gaze became dull. Tears flowed down her face, slowly. Although she did not say anything, she was so heartbroken that she could not breathe. Seeing Tang San being entangled with another woman's naked body, even if it was just an illusion, she could not accept it. Brother, are you really going to? On the other hand, Tang Yu was very calm. He just looked on indifferently. It was not like he had not done such things before. In the next moment, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun widened their eyes. They looked at the scene in the inheritance in disbelief. Tang San was still standing there quietly. He did not move, but his burning gaze suddenly turned cold. A word came out of his mouth coldly, "Get lost." Qian Rinxue, who was entangled with Tang San's body, trembled violently. She stopped what she was doing and tears flowed out of her eyes. She looked up at Tang San and asked sadly, "Why?" Tang San said calmly, "Because you're not her. She would never do such things. Also, you're not Xiao Wu. My body belongs to Xiao Wu." Boom! Qian Rinxue's body instantly turned into a golden flame. It suddenly exploded and burned in front of Tang San. It also burned the illusion and everything in front of him into ashes. Qian Rinxue disappeared, but Tang Yu appeared. Light rain. Tang San was stunned. "Shut up. Tang San. Do you know? You've done a good thing 10,000 years later. A pitiful child was born, but his fate was played by the heavens as soon as he was born. Others lived happily in front of their parents, but that child's mother died early, and even his father didn't know that there was such a child. That child could only be envious of other children who had parents. When the child became a young man, he met a young lady. The two of them fell in love with each other, but the heavens played a big joke on the young man. The young lady chose to commit suicide to save the young man. However, under the protection of a mysterious force, she did not die but fell into a deep sleep. The young man brought her to her home, but when the young man came to see her again, he was told that the young lady had been taken away by her father. In order to see the young lady again, the young man cultivated with all his might. In the end, he became the new level 100 deity in 10,000 years. When he reached the realm of the gods, he realized that the young lady was actually from the realm of the gods. The young lady's father was one of the 5 great enforcers. The young man passed many tests set by the young lady's father and finally succeeded in being together with the young lady. However, in the end, he found out one thing. His life was already destined. It was to be led by the young lady's father. When the young man found out about this, he was filled with hatred. However, since it was already destined, the the young man could not do anything about it. He could only bury this hatred in the bottom of his heart. Gradually, the young man forgot how much he hated the person who had manipulated his life. That person was his father-in-law. Tang-san, do you know, that young man is me. And the God Realm's enforcer who manipulated my life is you. And that young lady is your daughter, Wang Donner. Her name is also Tang Wudong. Tang Yu shouted the last few sentences while strangling Tang San. Tang San was stunned. He was so shocked that he did not know what to say. The amount of information he had received was too much. Even Shrek's 6 freaks who were watching from outside were stunned. After that, the 6 of them turned to look at Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked indifferently at the him, who was strangling Tang San in the illusion. That him actually reminded him of the thing he did not want to remember the most. Although the illusion was fake, it was based on real event. So, light rain. You. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Yu in disbelief. He was actually his future son-in-law? Although he seemed to hate Tang San a little. The other 5 freaks were also in disbelief. Tang Yu actually came from 10,000 years in the future? Tang San, I hate you. You are the enforcer of the heavenly realm, but you manipulated my life, my fate. Tang Yu in the illusion withdrew his hand from Tang San's neck and said coldly, I'm sorry. Tang San lowered his head. Can an apology solve everything? No. Right now. I really want you to die. In the illusion, Tang Yu's right hand turned into a dragon's claw and attacked Tang San. Tang San closed his eyes. This was his own sin. He had to bear the consequences. He had let light rain down. Tang San, wake up. At this moment, an angry roar came from behind Tang San. Tang San turned around and was stunned. Another Tang Yu appeared in front of him. You are the real light rain? Tang San could feel the anger in his eyes. However, this anger was directed at the illusion Tang Yu. The 6 freaks outside looked to the side again and realized that Tang Yu, who was originally standing there, had disappeared. Who do you think you are? How dare you kill him? A mere illusion is quite bold, isn't it? Tang Yu looked coldly at the illusion Tang Yu. The illusion Tang Yu looked at him silently. Haha, didn't I say what you wanted to say? The illusion Tang Yu laughed. Tang Yu ignored him and looked at Tang San. Wake up. Yes, that's right, I transmigrated from 10,000 years ago. My life was indeed led by you. I am your son-in-law and your assistant. I admit that I used to hate you. I hated you for manipulating my life, but now it doesn't matter anymore. So, take back your sorry. I don't care. Why are you blaming yourself over there? This doesn't seem like the powerful and black-bellied father-in-law that I know. Tang Yu roared and slowly disappeared. When Tang San heard this, he laughed. Ha ha ha. In the future, I will be very powerful and two-faced. Boom. The illusion in front of Tang San shattered. All the illusions collapsed. When Tang San returned to the golden world of Poseidon's inheritance, he saw a bluish-gold skull appear in front of him. The faint light shining from it was exactly the same as the light from Poseidon's heart. Tang San panted heavily. The soul power in his body circulated at an irregular speed. Light rain, you've saved me once again. A vigorous voice filled with respect rang out from all directions. Poseidon's 9th trial is complete. Poseidon's god is perfectly compatible. Poseidon has reappeared. All the soul rings have increased by 50,000 years. The soul rings that rose from Tang San's feet were so beautiful that it was shocking. Back then, Tang San saw 9 soul rings on Qian Rinchua's body. They were black and red, and each soul ring was dyed with a golden luster. However, at this moment, what appeared on his body was a completely different scene. The first soul ring that appeared was red. Outside the red soul ring, it was wrapped in a layer of gorgeous bluish gold. The second soul ring was the same, and so on. There were no changes until the 9th soul ring. They were all red with a bluish-gold light surrounding them. Only the last soul ring that rose was different. The 10th soul ring, which represented the power of God, was completely dazzling with a bluish-gold color. 100,000 years. All 100,000-year soul rings. As a soul master, even he himself could not believe that he had all 100,000-year soul rings. He had seen the heaven-defying combination of Tang Yu, Wang Dong and Ling Yu. Now, he had one too. The final reward of Poseidon's inheritance was that all his soul rings had increased by 50,000 years. The blue-silver emperor, which had been added with new soul rings, had a cultivation of at least 50,000 years. 50,000 plus 50,000, this caused Tang San's first soul ring to turn red. 9 red and 1 blue. That was truly frightening god power. At this moment, Tang San no longer had any sense of power. All that existed in his heart was the word control. Yes, control everything. I've really become a god. At this moment, Xiaowu also changed. The red dot on her forehead quietly shattered, and a deep voice sounded in her mind. You've completed the top-notch test. You've accompanied Poseidon on the path of inheritance. The stacked rewards have been released. Your soul power has increased by 10 ranks, all your soul rings have increased by 2,000 years, and you've been bestowed 3 soul rings by God. At the same time, a voice sounded in the minds of Dai Mubai and the other 4. You've assisted Poseidon's inheritance. You've been bestowed 1 soul ring by God. Tang Yu looked at this and smiled. Whoosh! 3 strange gray fragments fused into his body. I'll give this to you. I don't know what this thing is, but I can feel a similar aura from my lord's body. Tang Yu was extremely shocked. She subconsciously released her holy necromancer martial soul, and 3 more gray soul rings appeared behind her original 5 gray soul rings. The 6th, 7th, and 8th tests of the necromancer's test have been completed. The compatibility with the necromancer's divine position has reached 150%. You've obtained the 3 life and death artifacts, the necromancer's scythe, the hourglass of life, and the book of life and death. When Tang San stepped out of the light door, the light patterns in the entire Poseidon Palace turned bluish gold, as if they were excitedly welcoming the return of their king. On the 7 round platforms, the light instantly converged, revealing the figures of Tang San's 7 companions. 7 people, 14 pairs of eyes, focused on Tang San at the same time. Their eyes were filled with envy, joy, gratification, and even a little bit of jealousy. However, there was more excitement. They were excited for the success of Tang San's inheritance. A god had finally appeared in Shrek 7, and it was also the 4th god in Shrek. The god of fate, Tang Yu, the god of dawn, Wang Donner, the demon god, Ling Yu, and now Poseidon, Tang San. There were a total of 4 gods. That enormous bluish-gold pillar of light soared into the sky, turning into an unparalleled Poseidon's power that shot straight into the sky. This light was so vast and vast. This light was so earth-shattering that it caused the sky above the sea to turn into the same color. The sea boiled, and the water level rose by 100 meters in an instant. All the creatures in the sea swam towards the surface frantically. Under the guidance of that enormous Poseidon's power, they fought to be the first to look at the bluish-gold sky above the sea. The faint light flickered, and Tang San's expression became abnormally calm. He was not excited by this magnificent energy. In his mind, there was only a gentle comfort that soothed the throbbing hearts of all the creatures in the sea. This was especially true for Lia, who was in closed-door cultivation. Poseidon has returned. What does it have to do with me? I only believe in Yuhao. Doluo, one of the 7 saint pillars of Poseidon, had already knelt down on both knees and bowed respectfully in the direction of Tang San. The sorrow in their eyes had disappeared, and in its place was an almost frenzied excitement. In the instant that the bluish-gold pillar of light soared into the sky, Tang San's mind had already invaded their minds, and the words Poseidon told him about by Psyche's ownership were branded in the minds of the seven Dolu. The last trace of resentment in their hearts disappeared without a trace. All the residents of Poseidon Island had already arrived at an open space, and were bowing in the direction of Mount Poseidon. Their eyes flickered with tears of excitement. After so many years, after so many generations, they had finally waited for this moment. They had waited for the return of Lord Poseidon. That was their faith. On the surface of the sea outside Poseidon Island, all the great white demon sharks had appeared. The king of the great white demon sharks, Whitey, was looking in the direction of Mount Poseidon and the bluish-gold pillar of light that soared into the sky. Tears of excitement flowed from its big eyes. She knew that from this moment on, she would truly become the overlord of the sea. After all, she had once been Lord Poseidon's mount. On Purple Pearl Island, all the pirates were looking at the wondrous scene in the distance, at the bluish-gold sky. They were all stunned. The pressure from Poseidon made every pirate put down the weapons in their hands and just stared blankly. Lucky and Purple Pearl stood side by side, looking at the huge pillar of light in the direction of Poseidon Island. They were so excited that they couldn't speak. They didn't know what was going on, but Lucky could faintly sense her teacher's aura from the bluish-gold light. On the seaside, the 6 wings on Qianrenshue's back unfolded at the same time. The angelic sword also appeared in her hand. Looking at the bluish-gold light in the sky, she took a deep breath and said to herself, "Is it finally done? Tang-san, you really didn't disappoint me. Poseidon Tang-san, Destiny Tang-yu, I'll be waiting for you here." Raising her hand, she pointed the angelic sword at the sky. Blazing holy force easily connected with the sun, forming a huge reddish-gold pillar of light. It appeared between the sky and the earth, between the sun and the god of angels. This was her challenge, a challenge to the new Poseidon Tang-san. Chapter 35. Part 1 Finale, Jialing Pass. There were 2 figures in the sky. One of them had 6 pairs of wings and held a light sword in each hand. She was a beautiful girl around 19 years old, but she was in a sorry state at the moment. The other figure was also a girl. She had purplish-black hair and wore a purple dress. She held a sword in her right hand and had a huge blood-red wing on her back. It looked like a bat's wing. The 2 people, the 2 gods' terrifying aura suppressed the people below. The 2 gods were angel goddess Qianrenshue and demon goddess Lingyu. Why are they fighting? After Qianrenshue came back, she heard that Lingyu was also there, so she wanted to take revenge for that slash. In the end, she didn't expect Lingyu to become a god too. Moreover, her aura seemed to be stronger than the angel goddess. Damn it! Why did I lose to Tang Yu and Tang San, and now, I can't even defeat Tang Yu's disciple? Why? There's something wrong with your temperament, angel goddess. Lingyu laughed. She waved the sword in her right hand and a crescent-shaped blood-red sword light rushed towards her. Holy light, cross/. Qianrenshue was a god after all. She crossed her 2 light swords and slashed out again. An X-shaped sword light rushed out and the 2 swords collided, shaking the heaven and earth. When the dust settled, Qianrenshue was shocked. Lingyu had disappeared. Above your head, idiot. Lingyu's mocking voice came from above Qianrenshue's head. Qianrenshue looked up and saw Lingyu. Lingyu finally released her martial soul. 9 red and 1 gold soul ring appeared. The purple color on her body turned blood red. She stared straight at Qianrenshue and a strange power appeared. Spirit of Speech. Defeat. One of the 9th godly skills, Spirit of Speech. This was a terrifying godly skill. Even Tang Yu found this godly skill troublesome. However, the only flaw was that it could only be used once a day. When Qianrenshue heard this voice, her body suddenly swayed and fell to the ground. Boom! The angel fell. She fell. Everyone at Jialing Pass was shocked. The angel goddess Qianrenshue was defeated just like that? They looked at Lingyu's terrifying blood-red appearance. She couldn't stop trembling. The master was so scary, but the disciple was also scary. 8 people appeared in the sky. Even the weakest among them was a titled battle pet warrior, Dolua. That's the vast blue king and the god of fate. And Shrek's 6 freaks as well. The celestial dipper's side was shocked, then overjoyed. The 8 people were none other than Tang San, Tang Yu, and the 6 freaks. Tang San looked at Qianrenxue on the ground and then looked at Ling Yu. Only then did he realize that Ling Yu had defeated her. Then, Tang San yelled at Jiaoling Pass, "Poseidon, Tang San is here. Who dares to fight me?" His enormous divine sense descended from the sky like a wave, and the Heaven Do Empire's army felt as if they were being showered with rain. Their spirits were instantly raised to their peak. Tang San intentionally announced his identity as the sea god, and his aura, which was already vast and majestic, was raised to its peak. "I will do it!" A weak voice sounded. Tang San was shocked. It was Qianrenxue who had already gotten up. However, she was abnormally weak at this moment. "Let's talk after you recover," Tang San said. Not long after, the angel goddess Qianrenxue was defeated by Tang San again. The battle was ignited in an instant, and the entire battlefield became heated up. Countless arrows rained down from the sky. To Soul Masters, a single volley of arrows wasn't much, but they couldn't withstand the continuous barrage of arrows that were fired at them without any difference in direction. It was very difficult to hurt them, but it was enough to harass them. Furthermore, more and more arrows fell into Jiaoling Pass. The unprepared soldiers of the Martial Soul Empire were immediately unlucky. A large number of soldiers fell like wheat being cut down. By the time they reorganized their formation to deal with the arrows falling from the sky, there were already a few thousand casualties. "Poseidon, god of fate, come out and die." Others might not be able to see clearly, but Tang San and Tang Yu could clearly see who those 2 people were. The one who was floating in mid-air, releasing a golden red light that illuminated the sky, was undoubtedly the angel goddess Qianrenxue. At this moment, her angel god armor had been fully restored. She looked at them expressionlessly. Beside Qianrenxue, there was a woman whose entire body was covered in dark purple armor. Her face was purple and she looked ferocious. From her silhouette and aura, Tang San could barely identify her. It was the Empress of the Martial Soul Empire, Bibi Dong. To be more precise, it should be the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong. "Light rain, don't interfere. I'll take care of it." Tang San lifted the Poseidon trident and flew towards them. Tang San stared at Bibi Dong. Tang San said in a low voice, "You came back 3 days ago, right?" Bibi Dong sneered. "Boy, you didn't expect it, did you? Not only you and her became gods, but I also inherited the Rakshasa god's divinity. Compared to me, it was much easier for you guys to go through the process. For the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, I spent a whole 20 years. Why do you think I have such a supreme position in the Martial Soul Palace? Even the Thousand Tao sect doesn't dare to touch me easily? That's because he felt the aura of a god on me. If I hadn't been subtly accepting the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, do you think you, who was so much weaker than me in terms of soul power, and who also had twin martial souls, could defeat me? Now I have finally completed the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. At the time of the inheritance, I was already a peak rank 99 Dolua with twin martial souls. Even if you defeated my Soul Master Legion, so what? All of this, I will get it back. The continent of Dolua should belong to me." Tang San looked at Bibi Dong coldly. "Using what you said before, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" "Fight, puff." A golden heart appeared in the air, but it was caught by the purple demonic claw. "No!" Several shrill cries sounded at the same time, including Xiao Wu's, Ning Rongrong's, Oscar's, Tang Hao's, and even Hu Laiina's, who was holding Qianrenxue's body. Hu Laiina's face was full of tears at this time, and her whole body was limp on the ground. Qian Rinxue also woke up from this violent shock, just in time to see Tang San's heart being clawed by the Rakshasa. Whoosh! 3 figures caught Tang San's body, and it was Tang Yu. He looked at Tang San in his arms, and his deep blue eyes began to be bloodshot. Then, his eyes turned blood red, and his hair began to turn blood red. He handed Tang San to Wang Donner and slowly got up. I was going to leave, but now I'll let you have another nightmare. A small Rakshasa god dares to commit the crime of killing a god. A blood-red scythe appeared in Tang Yu's right hand. The 9th trial of the adjudication test, adjudication of a god, begin. Bibi Dong felt an invisible sense of oppression. It was the oppression of a superior to a subordinate. She was scared. She was about to retreat, but 4 blood-red chains suddenly appeared and locked her limbs, and she couldn't move, and Tang Yu had disappeared. Adjudication, ruthless slash. A voice sounded from behind Bibi Dong. Tang Yu's back was facing her just like that. Tang Yu was still holding the scythe in his hand, but he ignored her and flew toward Tang San. The 9th trial of the adjudication test, completed. Adjudication compatibility 200%, inheritable. This voice sounded in Tang Yu's mind. As soon as Tang Yu landed, poof, Bibi Dong began to spurt blood all over her body. Ah! A series of screams, Bibi Dong landed on the ground. Her life force was rapidly draining. One. No one dared to make a sound, and they looked at Tang Yu for some instructions, but Tang Yu didn't give any. Sister Xiao Wu, come here quickly. Hearing Tang Yu calling her, she hurried over and hugged Tang San. How is third brother? After taking my pill, as long as he hasn't been dead for more than a day, he can be revived. Now that third brother's life has been saved, Sister Xiao Wu, do as I say now. Xiao Wu hugged Tang San and guided the Shura Devil Sword in her body. Just as she guided it, a beam of red light suddenly appeared. It turned into a huge red vortex, and it engulfed Tang San and Xiao Wu's bodies. Xiao Wu's red body actually merged into Tang San's body bit by bit. It was as if a piece of red-hot metal was forcibly branded into Tang San's body. Qian Rinxue, who helped Bibi Dong up, looked at Tang San with a horrified expression. She was also trying to heal Bibi Dong, but unfortunately, Bibi Dong didn't get any better. Bibi Dong's injury was not an ordinary injury. It was caused by Tang Yu using the adjudication iron scythe. As long as someone was injured by the adjudication iron scythe, the injury would never heal. The injury would continue to worsen until the victim died. The only thing that could heal the injury was Tang Yu's own blood. Bibi Dong was not dead yet. As a god, her vitality was naturally much stronger than that of a human. However, she had already been hit by Tang Yu's adjudication. Death was only a matter of time for her. At this moment, she looked at the bloody tornado that surrounded Tang San and Xiao Wu. This feeling made her heart palpitate. It was not any weaker than Tang Yu just now. She seemed to have thought of something, and her face was full of disbelief. No. Impossible. Could that be? Bibi Dong's voice trembled. Looking at the red light, the fear in her eyes didn't diminish at all. At this moment, with Tang San's body as the center, everything within 1,000 meters turned blood red. One could clearly see streaks of blood-red light gushing out from the ground and merging into Tang San's body. His body flickered alternately with blue and red light. Every time this strange energy fluctuation erupted, it would cause a huge energy fluctuation to surge out from Tang San's body. God Shura. Bibi Dong finally spat out these 3 words. She was extremely unwilling to admit it, but the huge red light in front of her and Qian Rinxue came from God Shura's divine power. What are you afraid of? So what if it's God Shura? If we can kill Poseidon once, we can also kill God Shura. Qian Rinxue held the angelic holy sword. As the successor of the angel god, she did not know how terrifying God Shura was. God Shura's aura did not restrain her. At this moment, she was even more courageous than her mother. No, it's not just God Shura. Before Qian Rinxue could ask, everything in front of her had already explained Bibi Dong's words to her. Tang San's body flickered with unstable blue and red lightning. Even his eyes flickered red and blue alternately. His face was already a little distorted. It was obvious that he was enduring great pain. Qian Rinxue said in shock, God Shura, Poseidon. Is his body able to withstand the divine power of two gods? That's impossible. Impossible? I have more than one god position in my body. Tang Yu said to the two of them. What? Multiple gods coexisting? Tang San's body shook violently. It was as if he was shaking something out of his body. As his body shook, the red and blue light suddenly separated. A huge blue shadow appeared behind him. His body had completely turned red. The red armor was obviously bigger than Poseidon, Angel God, and Rakshasa God's armor. The patterns on it were also much more dazzling. In his hand, he held a huge hammer. The magic patterns on the hammer were shining. It actually melted in his hand. An intense red light accompanied by an unparalleled murderous aura burst out. The red light of the hammer condensed again. A huge sword that was more than 2 meters long appeared in Tang San's hand out of thin air. Tang San's eyes turned dark red. The blood-red armor was covered with red sharp blades. Almost every corner of it had spikes protruding. The unprecedented pressure completely suppressed Qian Renshue's fighting spirit. She could clearly feel that the Tang San in front of her was even more terrifying than Poseidon Tang San. The blue shadow that appeared behind Tang San was not illusory. She could clearly tell that it was also Tang San's appearance. He was wearing a blue angel god's armor and holding a blue Poseidon trident. Although it was not Poseidon's strongest golden state, his figure superimposed on Tang San's back still brought about an even greater pressure. Nirvana rebirth, two gods. So this is what it means. Tang San murmured. He thought of what an old man once told him. He was now sure that the old man was at least a god. I'll leave the rest to you, third brother. Tang Yu said slowly. Tang San nodded. He pointed the Shura demon's sword downwards and said coldly, Shura judgment. Why? Qian Rinxue did not feel the pain of her body being pierced, nor did she feel the fear of her soul being stripped away. When she suddenly opened her eyes again, she found that the red Shura demon's sword was still pointing at her. However, it did not pierce through her chest. This was because there was already a purple-black body on the Shura demon sword. Dazzling red lightning spread over the purple-black body. Her purple-black god's armor was disappearing into pieces. On the city wall of Jiaoling Pass, when Master saw Bibi Dong's body being pierced by Tang San's Shura demon sword, his face was already pale. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the blame. No matter what Bibi Dong did to him, in his heart, this was the first woman he fell in love with, or even the woman he loved the most in his life. When Bibi Dong landed on the ground with Qian Rinxue, the last piece of her Rakshasa god's armor had already turned into smoke and disappeared. Even the pale green color on her face was slowly fading away. Looking at Tang San, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with a complicated light. There was more unwillingness, but surprisingly, there was no resentment. Tang San, and Tang Yu won. Bibi Dong said with some difficulty. Tang San said indifferently, I'm very lucky. The ones who should have won were you. Little Gang once said that luck is also a part of one's strength. You're a god. Naturally, you can see that we no longer have any power to resist. When Tang Yu chopped me with his scythe, you already won. Then came the Shura demon sword. We completely lost. God's life has come to an end. Can you let me see Little Gang again? I have something to say to him. Little Gang, when I transformed into the Rakshasa god, was I very ugly? Bibi Dong touched his face and said with some emotion. Teacher. Hulayina finally rushed over and threw herself beside Bibi Dong. She and Qianrenxue were already in tears. Don't be noisy. Don't disturb me and little gang. Bibi Dong gave Hulaina a reproachful look, as if he was a teacher who was lecturing his students. Her moving appearance did not look like she was about to leave this world. Hulaina and Qianrenxue could not help but be a little stunned. Bibi Dong's gaze turned back to the master, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Little gang, do you hate me? Although you don't say anything, I know that you do. Back then, I hurt you like that. How could you forgive me? But, do you know? You're the man I love the most in my life. In the past. Now. Always. You're lying. If you really loved him, why did you destroy our Tyrannosaurus family? You killed all of our loved ones. Lu Erlong roared emotionally. Bibi Dong looked at her with disdain. Do you think I'm as weak as you? Little Gang was ostracized and humiliated by the family. Don't you know? What did you do for him? I did what you couldn't do for him. I won't let go of anyone who dared to make him suffer and humiliated him. The Tyrannosaurus family is gone, so Little Gang's troubles are gone. Isn't that so? You're a lunatic. The master's voice was trembling. He finally spoke. Yes, Bibi Dong is indeed a lunatic. She went crazy for you, teacher. Tang Yu said lightly. Yes, just as the god of fate said, I'm a lunatic. A lunatic who went crazy for love. Ah. Bibi Dong laughed sadly. Tears flowed from the master's eyes. The Bibi Dong from back then was already dead. Bibi Dong smiled brightly. Yes, you're right. The Bibi Dong from back then was already dead. She was already dead the moment she left you. She no longer had the gentleness and kindness from before. All that was left was a dark heart, a heart filled with vengeance. Little gang, I'm about to leave this world. I want you to know why I left you back then. I think this is what you've always wanted to know. Cough cough. Back then, Little Gang and I loved each other. Although he wasn't a powerful soul master, he had wisdom that others didn't have. Look, his face is so stiff now. I know why. It's because after I left him, he never smiled again. That day I still remember it clearly. At night the stars were dim. Teacher suddenly came. He asked me what my relationship with you was. Little Gang, you know that teacher is the person I respect the most. Not only is he the Pope of the Martial Soul Palace, he's also the one who taught me everything. I didn't hide anything from teacher. I told him about our relationship. At that time, teacher's expression was very ugly. He said that I'm the genius of the Martial Soul Palace. I have twin martial souls. He won't allow me to have any feelings for other men, let alone the Tyrannosaurus family. He won't let me leave the Martial Soul Palace forever. I only have you in my heart. Therefore, I argued with teacher. I told him that I love Little Gang. Even if I have to leave the Martial Soul Palace, I want to be with you. Teacher suddenly went crazy. He suddenly struck me with his palm and knocked me out. When I woke up, I felt intense pain all over my body. I was lying naked in the Martial Soul Palace's secret room. He, that pervert, was sitting beside me. Do you know what he said to me? He said that even if he had to use the dirtiest method, he had to keep me in the Martial Soul Palace. He also said that I'm no longer clean. My body already belongs to me. How can I still be with that man? If I don't leave you, he will kill you immediately. What a pervert! Tang Yu cursed. Yes, he's a pervert, Bibi Dong roared. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, everyone was stunned. They could feel the sadness in Bibi Dong's words. At that time, the first thing I thought of was death. However, I couldn't die. I know him too well. If I die, he will definitely vent his anger on you. He will kill you. I had no choice but to look for you and tell you that I'm only with you because of your wisdom. Because only then can I protect you, the man I love. With a thump, Grandmaster fell to the ground. No, this isn't true. You're lying to me. You're lying to me, right? He had loved and hated his entire life. Just as everything was about to end, he realized that he was wrong. How could Grandmaster accept this feeling? Bibi Dong said calmly, "This is my daughter, the daughter that he and I gave birth to. Not long after that, I found out that I was pregnant. I hated him, I hated the entire Martial Soul Palace, and I hated this child even more. I tried countless times not to have this child. However, he imprisoned me in the Martial Soul Palace and guarded me every day until I gave birth to this child." Bibi Dong looked at Qianrenshu. "I know that you hate me too. Yes, I can tell you with certainty that even though Tang Hao severely injured your father, he died in my hands in the end. I killed that pervert with my own hands and raped my own disciple's son. It's only right that you hate me. I'm your father's murderer, and I've never done my duty as a mother. I've always thought that I was right, until just now, when you knocked me away when Tang San attacked me with the tears of Guanyin, I realized that I was wrong. The child is innocent. I shouldn't have inflicted that hatred on you. This is the only thing I can do for you." Qianrenshua's body and lips trembled. No, no, no. Just like how Grandmaster had always hated Bibi Dong, in her heart, her father's figure was so lofty. However, Bibi Dong was about to die. How could she make up such a lie? She was wrong. Grandmaster was also wrong. Bibi Dong was still smiling. Even though her face was covered in tears, she was still smiling. "I've killed so many people, and I've harmed so many people. My death is worth it. I hate this world, so I want to take revenge on this world. I want to destroy the Martial Soul Palace, destroy this world, and destroy myself." The master took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Bibi East. He grabbed her hands that had already turned cold. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why? You've already killed him. Why didn't you tell me everything?" Bibi Dong shook her head gently. Her gaze suddenly became extremely gentle. "He's right about one thing. My body is already dirty. I can't taint you with my dirty self. Shao Gang, don't be sad for me. I'm satisfied to be able to tell you everything, to be able to see you cry for me again, to be able to hold your hand before I die. Our lives have been too bitter and bitter. Promise me that you'll live a good life with Erlong. She's just your cousin. Now that the Tyrannosaurus family is gone, what else do you have to worry about? Lu Erlong, come here." Lu Erlong walked forward in a daze. Looking at the woman she had hated for decades, she didn't know what to say for a moment. "Lu Erlong, if I die, you will have your revenge. Little Gang loves you. Throw away all the shackles of the world. Even if you have to rape him, you have to be with him for real. I'm not as lucky as you. At least you can be with him. Help me take good care of him, okay?" Looking at Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong took a deep breath and forcefully nodded. She said, "You are also a pitiful woman." Bibi Dong forced himself to be more spirited. "Tang San, Tang Yu, I have never begged anyone in my life. Even if it was your teacher, I have never begged anyone. Now I'm begging you, promise me one last thing." Tang San looked at Tang Yu, then at Bibi Dong. "Say it." Bibi Dong said, "Shui is no longer an angel. Even her martial soul has been damaged. She can no longer be a threat to the Heaven Do Empire, and she can't be a threat to you. All the bad things were done by me alone. It has nothing to do with her. It's the same for Nana. I'm begging you, let them go. The Martial Soul Empire no longer exists. I just want them to live." Tang San frowned. "You should know that this isn't something I can decide on my own." A hand patted his shoulder. Tang San looked over. It was Tang Yu. He looked into Tang Yu's deep eyes. Tang Yu also looked very seriously at Tang San. There was a moment of silence. "I understand," Tang San said. Then, he looked at Bibi Dong. "I promise you." Bibi Dong's body turned soft, and she collapsed into Qianrenshua's arms. She stuttered, "Swearer, can I call you that? I'm leaving, promise me, and Nana, that all of you live well. My death is what I deserve, don't think about avenging me, as long as all of you can live safely. I'll be satisfied. Mother! Qian Renshua finally said this word. She threw herself into Bibi Dong's arms and cried. Okay, okay, okay. Bibi Dong smiled. She was very satisfied and kind when she heard Qian Renshua's cries. She slowly raised her hand, as if she wanted to pat Qian Renshua's head. However, she only raised her hand halfway. Time seemed to stop at this moment. When Qian Renshua suddenly felt something in her arm stiffen, she looked up and saw Bibi Dong's pale hand falling down. She grabbed Bibi Dong's hand and pressed it against her face. Mother! Dong-er! The master grabbed Bibi Dong's arm and cried. Wang Dong-er suddenly jumped out. Who is it? Who's calling me? She looked at Bibi Dong and was stunned. After that, she took out the golden scepter. This was the Twilight Scepter of Forgiveness. It could purify all living things, including dead spirits. Bibi Dong's soul could feel the dense light element. So warm, is this the warm light? It's really warm. If there's a next life, I want to live under the light. It's over. Everything is over. Tang San sighed. Tang San looked at Avalanche. His gaze suddenly became serious. Avalanche, you have to promise me 4 things. Avalanche nodded without hesitation. Teacher, as long as I can do it, I'll do it. Tang San said, firstly, in the process of completely destroying the Martial Soul Empire, don't kill the innocent. Secondly, in the next 10 years, don't start a war with the Xianra Empire. This war is already a huge waste of resources. No commoner will crave war. Rest and recuperate. Thirdly, from today onwards, I won't be involved in any of the Empire's matters. Everything will depend on your own efforts. From now onwards, I'm no longer the vast Blue King. I'm no longer the Imperial teacher. The last thing. After this war ends, the Tang family army will be disbanded. All the Zhuge divine crossbows will be taken back and handed over to the Tang men to be destroyed. The Tang men will exist as a sect and will no longer participate in the Empire's wars. The Tang men will also no longer produce hidden weapons for anyone. Avalanche knelt in front of Tang San, tears streaming down his face. I'll follow teacher's instructions. Teacher, I hope to be able to officiate at your wedding in Heavendo City for you and your wife. This is the only gift I can give you and your wife. Haha. Good. A few years later, Heavendo Empire's southwest, Fasno Province. The Holy Spirit Village was only a small village of about 300 families in the south of Nodding City in Fasno Province. The reason why it was called the Holy Spirit Village was because in the legends, 100 years ago, a soul sage had walked out of this village. This was also the eternal pride of the Holy Spirit Village. Today, the Holy Spirit Village suddenly became busy. The stone tablet engraved with the words, Holy Spirit, at the entrance of the village was changed. The words, Holy Spirit, were replaced by Divine Spirit. Furthermore, it was actually a golden tablet made of pure gold. Old Jack, why did our village change its name? Old Jack, who was already leaning on his walking stick, suddenly straightened his back and said with incomparable pride, because our village has produced 2 gods. There were 11 figures, but 2 of them were a distance away from the others. Those 2 were devastatingly beautiful. One had long blue hair and the other had long platinum hair. Their eyes and hair color matched, and their clothes were the same. However, their eyes were moist. The 2 of them were Tang Yu and Wang Donner, and those 9 people were Shrek 7, Bai Chenxiang and Ling Yu. Are you leaving now? The leader of the 9 people was an extremely handsome blue-haired youth. There was a hint of reluctance in his voice. It was Poseidon Tang San. I can't bear to leave you guys. Yuhao Shaoqi. The girl with a scorpion tail braid beside the blue-haired youth suddenly hugged Wang Donner and cried. It was Shura's scabbard, Xiao Wu. I can't bear to leave Daddy and Mommy either. Wang Donner cried. All right, Donger, don't cry. We have to return to our time period. Tang Yu consoled her. He seemed to be very strong, but the tears at the corner of his eyes betrayed him. "Ah, Master. I really can't go with you guys." The purple-haired girl hugging Tang Yu was the demon god Ling Yu. "Don't cry, Xiao Yu. You are originally from this era. Listen, the demon god's deity position is a deity position without a grade. In other words, you are not bound by any rules. You are a free god and you can live anywhere you want. Therefore, you can choose to leave Doloa and travel to various planets." Tang Yu comforted Ling Yu as he patted her head. "No. I don't want to be separated from Master." "Master, you are Xiao Yu's only family." Ling Yu cried even louder. Tang Yu smiled. He gave Ling Yu a cloth doll that looked exactly like him. "If you miss me in the future, take a look at this. Don't cry. Otherwise, you will no longer be my disciple." This sentence was really effective. Ling Yu hugged the cloth doll and looked at Tang Yu pitifully. Tang Yu shook his head. "I didn't expect Light Rain to be my and Zhu Qing's descendant. I can't believe I have such an impressive descendant." "Ah, Oscar, did you see that? Light Rain is my descendant." "Ah." A handsome man in his 30s laughed. However, upon closer inspection, there were tears at the corner of his eyes. He was Dai Mubai, the howling sky god. The girl crying beside him was the phantom god Zhu Qing. "Light Rain. Here you go. Fresh sausages. Eat them on the way." A handsome young man came out with a lot of sausages in his hands. He gave them to Tang Yu, and Tang Yu accepted them. He was the culinary god, Oscar. "Idiot. Why are you ruining the atmosphere?" A girl with long pink hair grabbed Oscar's ear and refused to let go. She was the nine-colored goddess, Ning Rongrong. "Ah, wife, be gentler." "Oscar, can you be more serious?" A handsome young man with fiery red hair shouted. A beautiful girl with purple hair beside him cried, "Yes, yes, everyone is sad. Only you are laughing." The two of them were the Nine Phoenix God, Ma Hongjun, and the Speed God, Bai Qinxiang. They were about to bid farewell to Tang Yu and the rest. Tang Yu, Wang Dong and the rest had been here for more than 20 years. All of the 7 monsters had become gods. Bai Qinxiang had also become a god. In the past few years, Tang Yu had told everyone about his and Wang Dong-er's origins. Everyone was very shocked. "I just saw that everyone was sad. Since Light Rain is leaving, we should send them off with a smile. It won't look good crying at all." Oscar mumbled. "Don't worry. Everyone, you will still be able to see us 10,000 years later. Although 10,000 years is a very long number for humans, it is not long at all for gods who have an unlimited lifespan. So, everyone, don't be so sad." Tang Yu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Master." Ling Yu looked at Tang Yu. Then, a thought appeared in her mind. 10,000 years? Then I will wait for you in Doloa for 10,000 years. "Alright, third brother, little Yu, and everyone, we will meet again." Tang Yu changed his god seat to the god of space and time. In a few years, he had inherited the god of space and time. Other than the god of life and death, he had inherited everything else. The last fragment of his teacher, Electrolux, could not be found even after searching the entire continent. Tang Yu's eyes flashed, and a space-time crack suddenly appeared. He held Wang Dong-er's hand and was about to enter. At this moment, "Light Rain, Master, see you 10,000 years later." 9 voices came through. Tang Yu's body trembled, and tears finally flowed down his face. "Yes. Goodbye. Third brother, no, father-in-law." In an instant, he pulled Wang Dong-er into the space-time crack. "Light Rain. See you 10,000 years later." Chapter 36. Part 1. Continuation. Space-time crack. Boom. Cough. 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 Tang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. "Yuhao, are you alright?" Wang Donner hurried over to support him. Both of them were in a sorry state now. They were both looking forward. An extremely handsome man was standing not far away from them. He had black and white hair, and he was wearing a black and white robe. "I've finally found you. The first god of emotions. No, you're reincarnated. But that's not important. You can finally die." Cough, cough, cough. Cough. "I didn't expect you to find this place. You're really persistent. Godly Emperor of Order." Was this the prophecy of the tarot cards? Wudong, now there's a way. The first god of emotions gave me this. He said this can save us. Tang Yu took out a black and white jade. "This. I'll take the white one, and you take the black one. Quick." Tang Yu also switched to the reincarnation divine seat. He took the white jade, and Wang Donner took the black jade. Then, black and white light shone. An ancient ring of light appeared. The reincarnation ring and the yin-yang jade gradually fused together. That's the innate spiritual items, the yin-yang jade and the reincarnation ring? Oh no. I can't let you succeed. The godly Emperor of Order rushed over. Whoosh. But he missed. The two of them disappeared. Ah. First god of emotions. No matter where you hide, I'll find you. I'll find you even if I have to search the entire universe. Just you wait. The godly Emperor of Order shouted. He tore open a space-time crack and left this place, border. The border was the intersection of all the universes. It was also the most central area. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the godly Emperor of Order's brain? A man looked at the scene on the screen. It was exactly what happened in the space-time crack. Brother, are you going to do it again? Chapter 37. In the God Realm. A figure was quietly standing among the clouds, gazing into the endless distance. No one knew what he was looking at. He had long, water-blue hair that flowed like a waterfall all the way to his feet. If it were not for his imposing figure and broad shoulders, one would think that he was a woman from the back. His luxurious blue robes seemed to ripple like water. If one were to look closely, their eyes would be instantly attracted by the deep blue. Even their souls would be sucked into the endless blue that was as deep as the ocean. He looked to be in his 20s, but he had a pair of deep eyes on his handsome face. His eyes seemed to be empty, but they also seemed to be all-encompassing. Occasionally, there would be a flash of purple, which was even more breathtaking. There would be an instant of youthfulness, an instant of life and death. Sigh. The man sighed softly, and there was a hint of sadness between his brows. His eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed to be comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Third brother. A soft voice called out. A figure stepped out of the illusion and came to the side of the blue-clothed man. Naturally and gently, she held his arm. This action seemed to have been done thousands of times, and it looked so smooth and natural. It was a woman in a long pink dress. Her long hair was combed into a long scorpion braid that gently hung down. From the side, one could see her delicate and slender neck. Her long dress was tied at the waist, and it perfectly outlined her moving figure. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face. She held the man in blue's arm and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Her soft and smooth scorpion braid swayed and landed on the man's long blue hair. It quietly curled up and wrapped around the man's long hair. The man in blue's handsome face revealed a somewhat helpless and doting smile. "You're already a mother, but you're still so naughty." The woman in pink pouted in dissatisfaction. "So what if I'm a mother? Can't I act coquettishly? After you became a law enforcer of the God Realm and a Poseidon, weren't you still called Tang-san? You're still my third brother." Tang-san hugged the girl in pink and said somewhat helplessly, "Of course you can act coquettishly. No matter what, you will always be my most beloved Xiao Wu. Just don't let your precious daughter see it. Otherwise, she will compete with you for favor." When Xiao Wu heard Tang-san mention her daughter, her eyes were filled with worry. Tang-san was surprised to see Xiao Wu's expression. "What's wrong?" Could it be that the seal in Little Seven's body has appeared again? It's fine. That memory seal has been suppressed by that mysterious soul again. But Little Seven's body. I'm afraid that she, Tang San was silent for a while. It seems that it's time for Little Seven to go to the mortal world. Xiao Wu was stunned. Third brother you, Tang San smiled. Today, Dolua has collided with the Earth's crust more than 4,000 years ago. It has more than doubled the size of Dolua. At the same time, it has also brought about many changes. Tangmen are also withering. However, Xiao Wu, do you know? Light rain has appeared. What did you say? Light rain. Light rain, he. Xiao Wu was excited when she heard this name. However, he has also been sealed with the same memory seal as Little Seven. Perhaps he doesn't recognize us anymore. Since that's the case, as his brother, I should help him. Third brother, didn't Light Rain tell you not to interfere with his matters? I just want to send Little Seven to Dolu. I don't want to interfere with Light Rain's life. Light Rain was right before. One's destiny should be decided by oneself. I won't interfere with his matters. However, I can interfere with Little Seven's matters. Third brother you. Light Rain is their enemy. It's an enemy that we can't imagine. If we want to help him, we have to continue working hard. A small head popped out from the clouds not far away. She had long platinum hair and looked to be about 11 years old. Her beautiful big eyes blinked. She looked at least 70% similar to Tang San, but her lines were much softer and her eyes were more like Xiao Wu's. Dolo. Light Rain. Why do I have the urge to secretly go to the mortal world? As she spoke, her petite body quietly disappeared into the clouds. Icy Star, a beautiful woman, slowly opened her eyes. Hantian's aura has appeared. And Father's aura. Chapter 38. 3 years later, Great Star Do Forest. A petite figure was flying at a low altitude. It was a very handsome and beautiful young man, about 11 years old. He had a head of sky-blue hair, pure white skin, and a pair of deep blue eyes. His blue clothes accentuated his golden ratio figure. He had a pair of huge golden insect wings on his back, reflecting the sunlight like the wings of a moth. There was also a long tail at the end of the wings, looking very luxurious. The young man was Yuhao. 3 years, he had lived in the Great Star Do Forest, known as one of the 5 forbidden areas of mankind, for 3 whole years. If this spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Dolua continent. He now had a big net in his hand, and there were many fish in the net, more than 20 of them. His flying speed was not very fast, and he seemed to be looking for a place. After catching so many fish, Father Bear, Mother Bear, and the baby bear will definitely be very happy, right? Yuhao murmured. A towering ancient tree. There was a hole in the ancient tree, about 7 or 8 meters wide. Whoosh! Yuhao appeared here in an instant, put down the fish in his hand, and shouted inside, Father Bear, Mother Bear, Damao Ermao, I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 small figures suddenly came out of the tree hole. They were actually 2 dark golden bears less than a meter long. When the 2 little bears saw Yuhao, they were immediately happy and ran towards him. They pushed Yuhao to the ground and rubbed against him as if they were acting coquettishly. Then they kept licking his face. Ha ha ha, stop messing around, it's so itchy. Stop, I miss you guys too. Damao Ermao. Then 2 huge creatures came out of the tree hole. They were actually 2 adult dark golden bears. One was 7 meters long. The other was slightly smaller. The 2 giant bears walked in front of Yuhao. The 2 little guys stopped messing around and hurriedly got up from Yuhao. Yuhao turned over and got up. The 2 giant bears were obviously the parents of the 2 little guys. The 2 giant bears also licked Yuhao's face, obviously very close to him. If a soul master were here, they would definitely be so shocked that they wouldn't be able to close their mouths. It was because these 4 bears were actually the legendary dark golden terraclaw bears that were known as the Earth Ripper. Why were they so close to a human boy? It would definitely frighten everyone in the continent. Daddy Bear, Mommy Bear, Demao, Ermao, I brought you delicious food. Yuhao pointed at the fish on the ground. The 2 little guys' eyes lit up and they were about to rush up, but they were stopped by Yuhao. Not now. Raw ones don't taste good. They will taste better when I roast them. So, Damao and Ermao, you have to bear with it. The 2 little guys nodded obediently. Not long after, Yuhao passed the fragrant grilled fish to the 4 bears. They also wolfed it down, but their eating speed was not as fast as Yuhao's. In the past 3 years, Yuhao didn't know why, but his appetite had become very big. Sometimes, he wouldn't feel full even after eating 20 fish. He even ate an entire cow before he felt a little full. He was really helpless. He didn't know if it was a good thing that his appetite had become so big. Daddy Bear, Mommy Bear, do you know? I'm already level 20. Sister and Uncle D Tian said that I can go out to train in a few days. Yuhao said. The 4 bears looked reluctant. The 2 little guys hurriedly ran over and bit Yuhao's clothes, obviously not wanting him to leave. It's okay. Sister and Uncle D Tian want me to go to the same school to study. Don't worry about me. Moreover, I'm a human after all. I can't always stay here. Although, I can't bear to leave here. This is also my second home. Yuhao touched the heads of the 2 little guys and said reluctantly. At this moment, a voice was heard. Yuhao, you're really here. Come back with me quickly. A green figure appeared. It was a beautiful woman with long green hair and a skirt. There was also a pair of green wings on her back. Yuhao's body trembled, and he cried out in his heart, I've been found again. He turned around and said to the woman awkwardly, How did you find this place, Aunt Bai? You still have the nerve to say that? Do you know? You sneaked out of the core area this time. Lord Auspicious Beast and D Tian are very angry. They want to teach you a lesson personally after I bring you back. When did you sneak out and not play with them here? Where else can you go besides here? Well, come back to the core area with me quickly. The woman said helplessly. If there was an older titled battle pet warrior, Doluo, he would be in disbelief because this woman was obviously a soul beast. Moreover, she was a ferocious beast, the 590,000-year-old emerald swan, Bicky. And Bicky actually felt helpless towards a child who wasn't even 12 years old. Sister is angry? Then I can't go back. Won't I be beaten to death by her if I go back? No. I don't want to go back. Yuhao got up in fear and jumped. He spread his wings and flew away in an instant. He still remembered how his sister treated him when he was caught. She was really merciless. Bicky sighed and then disappeared. A second later, a miserable cry came from the forest. Let me go, let me go. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. No, no, no. Help, help, help me. Yamate. Core area, Yuhao, you're finally back. Crack, crack, crack. A golden-haired girl giggled. She kept clenching her fists. She slowly walked towards Yuhao, who was tied to a tree. Sister, don't. Can you be gentler this time? Uncle D Tian. You should also persuade sister. Who told you to run out, you brat? You can't be educated. A handsome middle-aged man in black said. The man had a pair of black horns on his head and a few strands of gold in his black hair. He was already used to this kind of thing. That night Yuhao's body was colorful. Although he had been beaten up, he wasn't angry at all because he was already used to it. He knew that being beaten up was very helpful for the improvement of his body's strength. He soaked in the lake of life for a very long time and finally felt refreshed. Moreover, he felt that his body was a little stronger than before. The next day, Yuhao, here, take this. Wang Qiu'er passed a long spear to Yuhao. It was a double-tipped spear that was golden in color. It was around 3 6 meters long. Isn't this Sister Chiu-er's weapon, the golden dragon spear? Yuhao took the weapon and looked at it. As soon as Yuhao touched the spear suddenly lit up and released a terrifying aura. However, the aura disappeared in an instant. Just now, what a terrifying aura! Yuhao muttered. As he looked at the golden dragon spear in his hand, he actually felt that there were 9 chains inside that seemed to seal something. Remember not to use this golden dragon spear unless it's a critical moment. Also, it's best not to try to undo the 9 seals inside. The things inside aren't suitable for you. After that, she looked at the beast god. Tian, quickly take that out and give it to him. Tian was also helpless. That thing of his was very precious. He took out a pitch-black scale. This is my reverse scale. It can protect you and transfer any fatal injuries to me. Yuhao looked at the reverse scale in his hand. He felt that it seemed a little familiar. Thank you, uncle. Although Yuhao didn't know what was going on, he didn't think too much about it. He accepted the reverse scale. The golden dragon spear also turned into golden light and disappeared into his glabella. You should go. Oh yes, you need to change the color of your soul rings. Outside the Star Doe forest, Yuhao grabbed more than 20 fish and walked out of the stream. It's not enough. Should I go to the sea and catch a deep-sea demon spearfish? Forget it, I'll just put up with it and hurry on my way after eating. That's school. I must get in. A minute later, the aroma of grilled fish wafted into his nose. Yes, as expected of the grilled fish he made himself. It smells so good. Just as Yuhao was about to start eating, a surprised voice sounded. It smells so good. The voice was crisp and pleasant, but it gave Yuhao a fright. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw 2 people walking along the stream. The one walking in front was a young girl who looked to be about 15 years old. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail and hung down behind her back. She was wearing a light blue outfit that outlined her budding body, which was full of youthfulness. She had almond-shaped eyes, large and lively eyes, a high nose bridge, and a near-perfect oval face. There was a hint of surprise on her beautiful face as she stared straight at Yuhao's grilled fish. Following behind the girl was a young man who looked to be around her age. The young man was tall and slender, with a head of short lavender hair that shone like a gem under the sunlight. He wasn't very old, but he gave off a scholarly aura. There was a lazy and gentle smile on his handsome face. He had his hands behind his head, and he was also looking at Huo Yuhao with interest. However, he was looking at Huo Yuhao, not the grilled fish. These 2 people. Huo Yuhao stared blankly at them. He actually had the urge to cry just now. Fortunately, he restrained himself. In the past 3 years in the Great Star Doe Forest, he hadn't only improved his strength, but also his mental state. The young girl walking in front had already run up to Huo Yuhao in high spirits. She had a drooling look on her face as she said, "Little girl, are you selling this grilled fish? It smells so good. How did you make it?" Little girl? Huo Yuhao's face was instantly filled with black lines. I'm a boy," Yuhao said helplessly. "Ah? A boy? That can't be right?" The young girl was in disbelief. "I'm really a boy," Huo Yuhao said. I'm so sorry. I didn't think that there would be such a beautiful boy in this world." The young girl immediately apologized. "It's fine. Everyone who meets me for the first time thinks that I'm a girl. Big sister, are you hungry? I can treat you to some food." Huo Yuhao passed the grilled fish to her. "Really? Then I won't stand on ceremony." As she spoke, she reached out and took the grilled fish that Huo Yuhao passed to her. She didn't care about her image at all as she sat to the side and carefully ate the fish while shouting that it was hot. The young boy who was with the young girl had already walked over. He had a helpless look on his face as he raised his hand to greet Huo Yuhao. Then, he said to the young girl, "Xiao Ye, this little brother hasn't eaten yet, but you've already started eating. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes widened as she angrily said, "What did you call me?" The young boy immediately raised his hands in surrender. "All right, Teacher Xiaoya. That should be enough, right?" Yuhao passed the other fish to the young boy and said, "Big brother, I'll treat you to some too." The young boy smiled faintly and said, "A gentleman doesn't take what others like." "Little brother, you haven't eaten yet. Did you catch these fish from the river?" Yuhao nodded and said, "It's fine. I can grill more." The young boy smiled warmly and said, "I'm called Bei Bei. She's called Tangya. Little brother, what's your name?" "I'm called Yuhao. You can call me Yuhao." Yuhao said, "It's too delicious. I've never eaten such good grilled fish before. Little brother Yuhao, why don't I hire you to be my chef? Is that okay?" Tangya directly lay down on the grass and stretched her body in satisfaction. Her curves were exposed, but she didn't realize it at all. Bei Bei looked at her and scratched his head, but there was nothing he could do. "Do you have money, Teacher Xiaoya?" Bei Bei poured cold water on her. I'll have money in the future," Tangya said somewhat awkwardly. Then, she had a flash of inspiration as she looked at Yuhao and said, "Little brother Yuhao, who else is in your family?" Yuhao was stunned, then said, "My family has passed away. There's only me and my god-sister in my family. My god-sister is very strong, very strong. She's a strong soul master. She told me to go to a school called Shrek Academy." I almost said soul beasts. Tangya and Bei Bei were somewhat incredulous. "Is that true? That's great," Tangya said happily. Then, she continued, "Little brother Yuhao, do you want to join our sect?" Yuhao and Bei Bei were both stunned. "Sect? Then Sister Xiaoya, your sect is?" Yuhao asked. Tangya said seriously, "Tangmen. It was once the #1 sect in the continent." When he heard the two words Tangmen, Yuhao's body couldn't help but tremble. Tangmen, Yuhao suddenly felt that the white Magatama mark on the back of his right hand had appeared again, and was even emitting white light. Fortunately, his right hand was wrapped in a bandage. Tangya and Bei Bei couldn't see it. Only Yuhao could sense it. "I'll join." The three of them helped Xiaoya find her second soul ring. Then, with Yuhao's help, they found a 1,000-year mandala snake. Although he didn't want to kill it, this fellow didn't give him face. Not only did it not scram, it even dared to attack him. Therefore, after Tangya absorbed her third soul ring, she finally broke through to 3-ringed. After that, Tangya taught Yuhao the Tangmen technique, and he actually learned it in less than a day. Regarding this, Tangya and Bei Bei could only say that his talent and comprehension were too monstrous. The Shrek Academy was established 10,000 years ago. In the ancient language, Shrek meant monster. In other words, the people who first established the Shrek Academy wanted to create a monster academy. The Shrek Academy's earliest motto was to only nurture monsters, not ordinary people. And this monster referred to geniuses. Even the Tangmen sect's leader, Tang San, and his younger brother, who was known as the youngest rank 100 god in history, Tongmen's vice leader, Tang Yu, also graduated from the Shrek Academy. It was also their generation of students who created the Shrek Academy's first glory. It was said that the Shrek Academy only had 9 students at that time. In the history of the Shrek Academy, they were known as the Shrek 7 and Shrek Ace Duo. The story of Shrek 7 and the Ace Duo had been circulating on the continent for a long time. The most famous story was the story of the Tongmen's leader and the vice leader of the Tangmen sect. Tang Yu's story was even more exciting than Tang San's. He and his wife, Wang Dong-er, were the Ace Duo. When they worked together, they could explode with astonishing strength. Tang Yu's own strength was also very strong. He was known by later generations as a powerhouse who suppressed an era. His title was Dolua of Destiny. It was said that Tang San had also personally admitted that he was not a match for his younger brother. It could be said that Tang Yu's reputation at that time was even greater than his brother, Tang San. It was said that Tang Yu also had a disciple, whose strength was not inferior to Tang San's at all. In the end, it was said that she seemed to have lived in seclusion somewhere in the Dolua continent. However, when everyone wanted to build statues to commemorate them after they ascended, the people at that time actually forgot what Tang Yu and his wife looked like. No one knew why they suddenly forgot. They even forgot what their martial souls were. There were many stories, but they just could not remember what they looked like. It was like only knowing his name and stories, but not whether he existed or not. Therefore, the historical records of Tang Yu were only a few simple stories. Yuhao listened to Tang Yu's story and was entranced. He wasn't attracted by the story, but he felt that the name Tang Yu seemed a little familiar. Yuhao, after you enter the academy, you'll have to cultivate in the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard is divided into many departments. You can cultivate in the control department for the time being. At the same time, you can cultivate in the soul tool department. What do you think? Tang Yu said to Yuhao. Yuhao nodded and expressed his agreement. He was still thinking about Tang Yu. He had a feeling that this Tang Yu seemed to be inextricably linked to him. Shrek City. Yuhao asked, eldest senior brother, is the test very difficult? Bei hesitated for a moment and subconsciously looked towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu said, he'll find out sooner or later. This will also be his motivation to work hard in the future. Just tell him. Light Rain Hao, there are 2 requirements to enter the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. The first is that you're not older than 12 years old. The second is that your soul power is not lower than rank 15. Oh right, Light Rain Hao, what's your soul power rank? We still don't know your soul power rank yet. Yes, the 2 of them only knew that Yuhao was a one-ringed soul master. His soul ring was white, but it wasn't an ordinary white. It was a kind of lustrous white. Furthermore, that lustrous white soul ring had an otherworldly aura that was very eye-catching. It was very strange. I'm a rank 20 soul master. I only need 1 soul ring to break through and become a soul grandmaster. Yuhao didn't hide it. Ah? What? Then, why didn't you find a soul ring for yourself in the Great Star Do Forest? Tang Yu and Bei were astonished. An 11-year-old rank 20 soul master. This talent is very good. There's no need. My sister said that if I need a soul ring, she'll come and take me to find one. Yuhao said. Actually, what he said was a lie. Brother Skydream had already helped him find his second soul ring. Brother Skydream had said that he would go to a place called the Extreme North to help him find his second soul ring. He felt guilty for lying to Tang Yu and the others, but he had no choice but to do so. Within the Shrek Academy, there were several enormous statues in front of them that blocked their line of sight. There were a total of 10 statues, and all of them were 10 meters tall. They were carved out of the hardest granite. There were 3 statues in the front row. The statue in the center was an old man who wore a pair of glasses and had a beaming smile on his face. His figure was slightly plump, and he looked like a nice guy. Bei said to Yuhao, the one in the middle is the founder of our Shrek Academy. He's also the first Dean, Flanders. The one on his left is one of my ancestors. He created the teaching foundation of the Shrek Academy's Martial Soul Department, and is one of the 10 core competitors in the martial spirit world. He's also known as the Grandmaster Yu Shaojiang. My mother is a direct descendant of his. The woman on the right is also one of my ancestors, Lu Erlong. She's also the Grandmaster's wife. Together with Dean Flanders, they form the Golden Iron Triangle. If Dean Flanders created the Shrek Academy, then the Grandmaster is the true soul of the Academy. He's also the one who single-handedly nurtured the Shrek 7 and the Ace Group behind them. The Grandmaster's statue looked like a somewhat thin middle-aged man, while Lu Erlong was a graceful middle-aged woman. Behind them, there were 7 statues and 2 statue platforms. When Yuhao's gaze landed on the statue in front of them, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He said in a very soft voice, "Shrek. Third freak of the 7 freaks, Tang-san." Then, he looked at the statues of the others. This was the first Shrek 7A. When he saw the 2 statue platforms beside Tang-san, he was a little curious. Why were there only 2 statue platforms? One of the 2 statue platforms had the words, Destiny de la Tangyu, carved on it, while the other had the words, Light Dragon de la Wangdana carved on it. These were the names and titles of the legendary ace group A. Although history didn't record their deeds and statues, their names and titles were passed down A. Chapter 39. Tanya and Bei were extremely shocked when they found out that Yuhao's teacher was Zhou Yi. Yuhao, on the other hand, didn't care. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. She seemed to be a very strict teacher. Tanya and Bei were going to take the advancement test. They pointed in the direction of the dormitory for Yuhao, then left. Right at this moment, Yuhao, I've found your second soul ring. Hurry up and come to the spiritual world. It was Brother Skydream. Yuhao was delighted, and hurriedly entered the spiritual world. Brother Skydream, is this really my second soul ring? Yuhao was astonished as he looked at his absorbed second soul ring. When he entered, Brother Skydream and Han Tian told him to close his eyes. After that, he went into a daze. After that, he didn't know anything. When he woke up, he discovered that he was already rank 25. Afterwards, he released his soul ring. In the end, his second soul ring gave him a fright. How is it? Isn't it amazing? This is the second soul ring that I've picked for you. Brother Skydream flapped his golden wings and said with a bit of pride. This soul ring is indeed worthy of you. Han Tian said indifferently from the side. Yuhao was astonished as he looked at his second soul ring. It was a blood-red second soul ring. The dormitory building occupied an extremely large area. Although there was only one building, there were still 4 different colors on it: white, yellow, purple, and black. Clearly, they represented the 4 teaching buildings, and the areas where students of different grades lived. There were a total of 6 floors. Yuhao arrived at the entrance of the white building. There sat an old man who seemed to be very old. The old man wore gray cotton clothes, and the wrinkles on his face were enough to kill more than double digits of flies. His eyes were dim and yellow, and his eyelids were drooping. He looked like a candle in the wind. The sunlight from the building just happened to be able to sprinkle on his body, and the half-reclining chair seemed to be very comfortable. When Yuhao saw him, he actually had the urge to cry and kneel down. However, he restrained himself and threw these emotions to the back of his mind. He walked forward and respectfully said, "Hello, old grandpa. I'm a new student, and my name is Yuhao. I'm here to stay in the dormitory. Do you need to check my freshman badge?" The old man stretched out his trembling right hand without raising his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "Show me your badge and dormitory key." Yuhao hurriedly handed it over. The old man waved it in front of his eyes and returned it to him. "Go ahead. Dorm 108 is the 3rd room from the left on the 1st floor. The 4th floor was the girls' dormitory, so they couldn't go up. He'll be fired if he's found out." "Thank you, Grandpa." "Goodbye, Grandpa." Yuhao bowed to the old man once more before he walked into the dormitory building. After Yuhao left, the old man slowly opened his eyes. "It's been a long time since I've met such a polite child. An 11-year-old soul grandmaster. His talent wasn't bad. And why is there an aura that makes my heart palpitate?" Just as he was speaking, a few new students walked past, but they obviously didn't notice the old man beside the door, and went straight in. The old man did not stop them. He just sat there drowsily. Yuhao followed the old man's directions and quickly found his dormitory. The student dormitory was a tube-shaped building, and there were dormitory doors on both sides of the long corridor with numbers on them. It could be seen that the dormitory's interior was already somewhat old, and it was unknown how many years it had been used. At the end of the corridor there was a group bathroom. Using the key to open the door, a somewhat turbid air rushed out. Yuhao hurriedly moved to the side, and after waiting for a while, he held his breath and rushed in to open the window. This room had been empty for at least a month. There was a layer of dust everywhere. So dirty. No, I have to clean it up. After cleaning, Yuhao felt hungry, and went out to the cafeteria. Of course, he met that old man before, and after respectfully greeting him, he left. He was really too hungry. As soon as he arrived at the cafeteria, he attracted everyone's attention. It had to be said that Yuhao was really too beautiful, and at the same time too handsome. Everywhere he went, he attracted people's attention. Yuhao went straight to the most expensive restaurant and bought enough food for 20 people. This shocked everyone. Was he going to eat by himself? Or did he have friends coming over to eat? His gold soul coins were prepared for him by Sister Chior, and there were at least 10,000 of them. He was hungry, so of course he bought the most expensive food. It had to be said that the most expensive food was especially delicious. He directly wolfed it down and finished it in a minute. After that, he went to the chef and ordered food for 40 people, and finished it in another minute. I'm finally 80% full. He wiped his mouth and left. He left behind the stupefied students and chefs. He ate enough food for 60 people, and he was only 80% full? The contrast between his eating appearance and his handsome and beautiful appearance was too great. Only now did they know what a foodie was. In the dormitory, Yuhao sat cross-legged on a hard wooden bed. He quickly entered a meditative state and began to cultivate the mysterious heaven technique. The next morning, after absorbing the mysterious energy brought by the purple qi from the east, Yuhao returned to his room and began to cultivate a few Tongmen's secret techniques. When he was done, the sky was already bright outside. After washing up, Yuhao went to the cafeteria to buy food. Once he reached the cafeteria, everyone began to whisper. Some said that he was so handsome and beautiful, while others said that the foodie highness was here. Yuhao ignored whatever they said. He just wanted to eat his fill. After that, he put on a show of how a foodie was cultivated. Everyone was cheering for him. So awesome! This is the 45th bowl of rice. Foodie highness, do you want another bowl? A student joked. The others also began to jeer. Yuhao even saw Bei. He only smiled and looked at him. Yuhao smiled at Bei. Everyone was captivated by his smile. Yuhao was too lazy to pay attention to those people. He simply finished his 50th bowl of rice and left with Bei. Actually, he was a little depressed. After breaking through to rank 23 yesterday, his appetite had obviously increased. Was this a good thing? Furthermore, he was almost out of money. It seemed like the biggest weakness of a foodie was that he spent a lot of money. He had to think of a way to earn money. Yuhao sighed inwardly. Just as he reached the door of his dormitory, Yuhao discovered that the door was open. He was shocked at first, but then he realized that his roommate had probably arrived. At this moment, a youth walked out of his room. When he saw Yuhao, he was also stunned. The young man had delicate features and fair skin. He had a pair of strange pinkish-blue eyes and short pinkish-blue hair. His handsomeness wasn't inferior to Yuhao's, and he was indeed the most good-looking person of his age that Yuhao had ever seen. He was about the same height and age as him. The youth also looked at Yuhao. He had never seen anyone who could compare to him in terms of look. This person was even more attractive than him. Most importantly, when the two of them met, they felt as if they were reuniting after a long time. It was as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. You are. The two of them spoke at the same time. I'm your roommate. Nice to meet you. Yuhao extended his hand in a friendly manner. However, the youth didn't seem to give him any face. You're also from this dormitory, right? Seeing that you've cleaned the dormitory very well, I'll allow you to stay with me for the time being. I have a few rules that you have to remember. First, you're not allowed to bring anyone back to the dormitory. Second, you're not allowed to be naked in the dormitory. Third, you're not allowed to snore at night. Fourth, you're not allowed to disturb me. Fifth, you're allowed to clean the dormitory in the future, but you're not allowed to touch my bed. Do you understand? Yuhao chuckled. He was being looked down on. He smiled faintly and said, "Why should I listen to you?" The youth snorted. "If you don't listen to me, I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. You can try me if you don't believe me." Yuhao's smile faded and gradually turned cold. "Do you want to die? You'd better watch your mouth. Yo, looks like you want to fight." The youth sneered. "Let's fight then. Let's go out," Yuhao said coldly. "I still don't know your name," the youth said contemptuously. Yuhao said in a low voice, "Shouldn't you tell me your name before asking for someone else's name?" The youth said indifferently, "I'm Tang Dong. I'm Yuhao." The Shrek Academy occupied an extremely large area. There were large empty spaces between the buildings. After Yuhao and Wang Dong walked out of the dormitory, Tang Dong stood in the empty space outside the dormitory. He turned around and hooked his finger at Yuhao. At the entrance of the dormitory, the old man who was leaning against the recliner raised his head slightly. A curious light flashed through his dim yellow eyes. He looked at Yuhao and Tang Dong with great interest. A faint golden light flashed in Yuhao's eyes. 2 white soul rings rose from beneath his feet as he activated his spirit eyes. Tang Dong laughed softly as he looked at his 2 10-year soul rings. "I'm very curious as to how you managed to enter the academy. You dare to fight me with this little ability? I don't even have a martial soul to deal with you." He suddenly felt as if his soul had been smashed by an invisible hammer. In that instant, Yuhao had already closed in on him. He punched Tang Dong's chest. Tang Dong groaned and took 5 steps back. Only then did he react. He looked at Yuhao in astonishment. "Did you know? There's a big taboo in a fight, and that's to underestimate your opponent. If this was a battlefield, you would have been killed," Yuhao said indifferently. In fact, he was also very surprised. He had already used all his strength in his fist, but he had only forced Tang Dong back 5 steps. It seemed like Tang Dong's body was very strong. Tang Dong was stunned. His expression became very serious. "I've underestimated you. You're very strong. I won't underestimate you again." His aura suddenly exploded. He used his soul power. Yuhao thought to himself. He could sense that Tang Dong's soul power was above rank 25, which was a few ranks higher than his. However, his body was a little weaker than his. Tang Dong tapped the tip of his left foot on the ground. His body shot towards Yuhao like an arrow. Not only was he fast, but he also seemed very agile. He arrived in front of Yuhao in the blink of an eye. He lifted his right leg and kicked towards Yuhao's chest. This kick was infused with soul power. Yuhao didn't dare to be slow. He quickly took a step to the right. At the same time, he slapped Tang Dong's ankle with his left hand. Tang Dong was shocked. He immediately retracted his right leg and dodged Yuhao's left hand. At the same time, he flicked his leg out again. This time, he kicked towards Yuhao's neck. Yuhao seemed to have predicted Tang Dong's movements. When Tang Dong flicked his leg out, he had already squatted down. The moment he squatted down, he bounced back up. His right shoulder collided with the lower part of Wang Dong's thigh. An ordinary person would have lost their center of gravity. However, Tang Dong's right leg was lifted high above his head. He did a split, while his left leg was still firmly planted on the ground. He didn't give up after gaining the upper hand. He quickly charged forward and crashed into Tang Dong. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Tang Dong was standing on one leg to knock him down. Tang Dong made a shocking move as he faced Yuhao. His right leg and his upper body continued to tilt backward. At the same time, his left leg bounced up and kicked towards Yuhao. At this moment, the width of his legs had already exceeded the limits of what an ordinary person could imagine. He was very flexible. Yuhao was shocked. However, he didn't just stand there in a daze. His second soul ring lit up, and 3 people appeared around him. They were all Yuhao. Doppelgangers? Tang Dong was shocked. Were these really doppelgangers? In fact, this was one of the skills of Yuhao's second soul ring. It was called the 72 transformations. This was a little similar to the first skill, imitation. The only difference was that imitation could transform into anything. It could even imitate one's aura and change the color of one's soul ring. On the other hand, the 72 transformations could transform oneself into anything. It could also transform any person or item into anything that one wanted. Right now, he had turned the air around him into himself. Furthermore, he was still alive. The 3 Yuhao attacked together. They didn't even give Tang Dong a chance to release his martial soul. They directly pressed him to the ground. "Damn it!" Tang Dong shouted. "You've already lost." "If I..." Yuhao didn't finish his sentence. He made a pinch in the air and a knife appeared. He stabbed it into the ground, right into Tang Dong's face. "If I use this, you'll be in hell. It's not that I can't agree to the 5 rules you mentioned, but that's out of respect for my roommate. If I use my martial soul, I might not be your match. However, you have to remember this. If you dare to insult me and my mother again, I'll kill you even if you're a god," Yuhao said viciously. Tang Dong's body started to tremble when he heard his words. Killing a god? What a joke. It was impossible for a human to kill a god, but this sentence was actually said by a youth who was about his age? He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that this person could do it. Yuhao stood up and pulled Tang Dong up. "Do you know? You lost to me not only in terms of fighting, but also in terms of your heart. You don't have a fearless heart, but I do. I don't care if my opponent is a human or a god. I just need to know that he's my enemy. As long as he's an enemy, I'll kill him. However, you're not an enemy. You're my roommate. At least, you're my roommate now. Since you're my roommate, I should get along well with you." Tang Dong was stunned. He lowered his head and said softly, I'm sorry. What did you say? I didn't hear you?" "Oh, I'm sorry." "Ah, it's fine. Isn't it fine now? Let's go. Let's go to the dormitory." "Okay." The 2 of them walked towards the dormitory with their arms around each other's shoulders. The elder who had been watching from the side laughed. He looked at the 2 of them, or more accurately, at Yuhao's figure. What an interesting kid. He then looked at the blade that was stabbed into the ground and the 3 Yuhao that were standing in their original positions. The blade and the 3 Yuhao suddenly turned into white fog and dissipated. It can turn anything into an object or a life form. This 100,000-year soul skill is really interesting. Yuhao and Tang Dong entered the classroom together. After they entered, all the girls and boys looked at them. They were too handsome, pretty. The 2 of them looked at the group of idiots who were dazzling with stars in their eyes. They felt helpless. It was a sin to be handsome, pretty. The 2 of them picked a seat next to each other and sat down. Immediately, all the girls and boys surrounded them and asked them many questions. For example, did they have any female or male friends? When he heard someone call Yuhao Miss, Yuhao's expression changed instantly. He immediately gave those people a spiritual shock. Those people also left resentfully. "Are you a girl?" Tang Dong leaned closer to Yuhao and asked softly. "No, I'm not a girl. I'm a real man. You, on the other hand, actually have a woman's fragrance on you." Yuhao looked at Tang Dong. Tang Dong was stunned, and his face instantly turned red. He immediately turned his head and ignored him. He was secretly delighted. It's good that you're not a girl, he thought to himself. Yuhao tilted his head. What's wrong with this guy? At this moment, someone walked into the classroom. It was an old lady with wrinkled skin and white hair. Her white hair was curled up on top of her head. She wore a long white robe and had a medium build. What was very strange was that she had a pair of very bright eyes. Her black pupils radiated light in all directions. There was no doubt that she was the teacher of Class 1. When they saw the teacher walk in, the previously chaotic class immediately quieted down. Everyone's gazes were focused on the podium. The old lady's gaze calmly swept from left to right. Immediately, everyone felt as if they were being watched by her, and an invisible pressure appeared in their hearts. I'm Zhou-Yi, your teacher in charge. I'm not sure how many of you will be able to walk through the next year with me. However, I want to tell you that in my class, no trash will be able to pass the test. I want to nurture monsters, not trash. After hearing her words, many students revealed indignant looks on their faces. To be able to pass the test and become Shrek Academy students, they were all carefully selected from the various countries on the continent. Amongst their peers, they could definitely be called elite. However, in Teacher Zhou's words, they had become trash and idiots. On the other hand, Yuhao was very calm. When he'd first seen Teacher Zhou, he'd recalled what his eldest senior brother and teacher, Xiao Ye, had said. This Teacher Zhou was very strict and had a very bad temper, but she was truly capable. Those who have fought in the past few days of registration, please stand up. Zhou Yi's next sentence shocked the entire class once again. These students had all just been recruited. Who would fight in the academy for no reason? Even if they did, who would admit to it? Just as the entire class remained silent, one person stood up. It was Yuhao. He stood up not only because he was honest, but also because he'd faintly guessed that this teacher Zhou wouldn't act according to common sense. When Tang Dong saw Yuhao stand up, he stood up as well. Everyone was shocked. These two handsome and beautiful people were actually fighting? They immediately became the focus of the entire class, like cranes standing amongst chickens. Zhou-Yi raised her eyebrows. Just the two of you? What a bunch of trash. Don't you know that those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre? Other than the two of them, everyone else, get out. Run 100 laps around Shrek Plaza. Anyone who can't finish running will be expelled. When she said this, the entire class went into an uproar. This was only the first day of school, and classes hadn't even started yet. However, they were actually going to be punished just because they hadn't fought. Who could accept this? Immediately, a student stood up. Teacher, I can't accept this. Why are we being punished just because we didn't fight? Zhou-Yi indifferently said, because I said it. If you can't accept this, you can scram. As the teacher in charge, I have the authority to expel any student. I'll give you 1 minute. If I don't see you start running around Shrek Plaza in 1 minute, all of you will be expelled. As she spoke, a terrifying aura surged out from her body. The powerful soul power undulations caused every single student present to feel as if they couldn't breathe. Soul rings rose from beneath Zhou-Yi's feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. This teacher Zhou was actually a soul emperor-ranked expert. Furthermore, she had 2 10,000-year soul rings. The only ones who remained calm were Yuhao and Tang Dong. After all, these students were only new students. Who would dare to resist under such pressure? All of them stood up and walked out of the classroom with their tails between their legs. Zhou-Yi's soul rings were released, and she expressionlessly watched the students leave the classroom. Let me remind you that you only have 2 hours. After 2 hours, those who haven't run 100 laps will be disqualified. This is your first test. Those who don't pass will be expelled. After hearing her words, The students' movements immediately sped up. They quickly ran to the sports field after leaving the classroom. At this moment, only the two of them were left in the classroom. Zhou Yi's expression seemed to have become much gentler as she waved at the two of them. Tang Dong and Yuhao walked over together. Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction as she looked at the two of them. Not bad. At least there's still two hot-blooded kids. Tell me, who did you fight with, and why? Tang Dong was just about to open his mouth when Yuhao interrupted him. Teacher, we're roommates. We had a conflict because of a small matter. Chapter 40. When he woke up the next day, Yuhao felt refreshed. He had overdrawn his soul force yesterday, but Tang Dong helped him back to his dorm. He remembered that he had consumed a pill. He felt his soul force. He hurriedly took out the soul power detector and injected it. Whoosh! It showed that he was at the peak of 26. He had broken through another rank? Tang Dong came in and explained that it was the effect of the mysterious water pill. Tang Dong patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go and have breakfast. I want to eat 2 servings today." Yuhao laughed. "All right, I can eat 60 servings now." Tang Dong glared at him. "Are you a pig?" "No, I eat more than a pig. I have the title of Glutton Highness." "Can you really eat that much?" Tang Dong couldn't believe it. "Why don't we compete?" Yuhao asked. "Let's compete. I don't believe that I can't beat you in terms of eating. Whoever wins will pay." "All right, we'll do it. We'll do as you say." Tang Dong and Yuhao walked out together. Canteen, everyone was stunned as they stared at the 2-meter-tall pile of bowls on the table, and the 1-meter-tall pile beside it. Fuck! Are you a rice bucket? Or do you have a bottomless pit in your stomach? Tang Dong stared at Yuhao in disbelief. "I lost in terms of strength and speed, but why did I lose to him in terms of eating? Heavens! It's not fair." Burp. "I'm sorry to have made you spend so much money." Yuhao burped and laughed. The people around them whispered, "He actually dares to compete with Glutton Highness in terms of eating. This guy is really looking for death." Poseidon Lake. Although the sea god lake was only a man-made lake, the lake water was extremely clear. The azure lake water was blue in color, 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 and blue in color was gentle and elegant. On the surface of the blue brocade lake, there was a layer of slight ripples, just like the bright eyes of a little girl. It reflected the blue sky and white clouds, as well as the shady green trees by the lakeside. "This place is really beautiful." Wang Dong couldn't help but take a deep breath and stretch his body. When he stretched his body, his shirt was inevitably pulled up, revealing his round and perky buttocks. Yuhao wasn't looking there on purpose, but his unintentional glance reminded him of the white thing he saw yesterday. He awkwardly turned his head and looked at the Poseidon Lake. This Poseidon Lake covered an extremely large area, perhaps even larger than the Shrek Academy's main campus to the west of Shrek Plaza. In the distance, there was a layer of fog on the surface of the water. There seemed to be houses in the mist of the lake in the distance. He couldn't help but think to himself, "That should be the inner court, right?" That's... Just as Yuhao was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a red figure appear in the mist of the lake. "What's wrong?" Tang Dong asked doubtfully. Yuhao pointed in the direction he was looking at. "Look, there's someone there." The red figure was sprinting across the surface of the water at an astonishing speed. Furthermore, it seemed like it was rushing in their direction. Yuhao and Tang Dong looked at each other and exclaimed at the same time, "A senior from the inner court?" The red figure was astonishingly fast. It only took a short while for it to reach the center of the lake. Every time the tip of its foot touched the surface of the lake, it would cause ripples to appear. However, it relied on the slight buoyancy to continuously increase its speed. It was like a red cloud that was rapidly drifting forward. As she got closer, Yuhao could see her even more clearly. Not only were her clothes red, even her hair was blood red. She was tall and slender, and she had breasts. She was a senior from the inner courtyard. However, her entire body exuded a piercingly cold and ferocious aura, as if she were a terrifying soul beast. She wore a red mask on her face, and even her exposed eyes were blood red. The air around her was slightly distorted. Wherever she passed, the water beneath her feet would evaporate and ripple. Something's not right. It feels very strange. The surrounding temperature is actually rising. Yuhao was astonished. This senior looks very strong. Look, he's running on the surface of the lake without even releasing his martial soul. Tang Dong was excited. Tang Dong, let's leave quickly. Yuhao hurriedly shouted at him. Why? The surrounding temperature? Tang Dong also felt that something was amiss. The two of them hurriedly flew up. Tang Dong released his martial soul. Yuhao used his external attachment soul bone. The red figure was already in front of them. A terrifyingly high temperature instantly erupted. Tang Dong and Yuhao felt as if they were engulfed in a sea of fire. The two of them fell to the ground at the same time. All the vegetation within a radius of tens of meters instantly turned into a burnt yellow color. The difference in their cultivations was too great. Tang Dong wanted to unleash his soul skill, but he was immediately hit by the terrifying heat just as he activated his soul power. He groaned and fainted. Yuhao hurriedly blocked in front of him. The figure attacked Yuhao. The terrifyingly high temperature caused Yuhao to be unable to move. Damn it! Am I going to die like this? Die your ass. Don't keep thinking about dying. Leave it to me. A cold voice sounded. That voice sounded like, suddenly, Yuhao's vision turned black. He closed his eyes and stood there quietly. However, the high temperature around him suddenly plummeted. It exceeded -150 degrees Celsius. His surroundings started to be covered in frost. Ice-blue scales suddenly grew on Yuhao's body. A pair of dragon horns appeared on his head, and his arms turned into dragon claws. A pair of enormous icy blue dragon wings spread out from his back. He slowly opened his eyes. His pupils had turned icy blue, and his pupils were vertical. It's been 3 years. My second martial soul has finally awakened. Yuhao said plainly. He waved his left hand and a weapon suddenly appeared. It was an icy blue halberd. It was 3 meters long, and there was an ice dragon engraved on its handle. However, it was a little transparent. TSK, you can only use it in an illusory state? Yuhao twitched his mouth. However, even if it's illusory, it's enough. Since you're the descendant of a phoenix, I'll spare your life. Yuhao said plainly as he looked at the red-clothed lady. Yuhao suddenly jumped up and spun around. After that, he threw the illusory halberd at the red-clothed lady. Wherever the halberd passed, it was instantly frozen. Even the Poseidon Lake was instantly frozen. The illusory halberd pierced the red-clothed lady between her eyebrows. The moment it pierced her, the halberd disappeared. The red-clothed lady was instantly frozen into an ice cube, and fell into the lake. Your second martial soul has been awakened. Now we're just waiting for you to make a trip to the extreme north. The first soul ring of your second martial soul is waiting for you there. Yuhao said plainly. After that, dozens of figures rushed over at an astonishing speed from afar. A titled Doloa is here. Yuhao punched himself. After that, he fainted on the ground and withdrew his second martial soul. Not good, we've injured the students from the outer courtyard. The leader of the group was an old man in white. He suddenly took a step forward in midair. It was as if he had shuttled through space, and he arrived beside Yuhao and Wang Dong. He gestured with his hands, and the two of them immediately floated into the air. Fortunately, they've only fainted. They haven't suffered any injuries. Teacher Li, please treat them. Yes. Another middle-aged man in white hurriedly stepped forward and treated Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong. If Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong were still conscious, they would have definitely recognized this teacher Li as the sole saint-ranked expert who'd used his tree of life to heal their entire class yesterday. His soul rings blossomed and circles of green light surrounded Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong's bodies. A miraculous scene appeared. The surrounding plants that were covered in frost started to recover at an astonishing speed. One could vaguely see that the plants on the banks of the Poseidon Lake were emitting a faint green light that surged towards Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong, slowly entering their bodies. Xiaotao is here. With a splash, a white-clothed man fished out a huge block of ice from the water. Inside the block of ice was a red-clothed lady. The white-clothed old man stepped forward and tried to break the block of ice. However, the block of ice didn't crack at all. He was astonished. He actually couldn't break this block of ice with his strength. Then, he looked at the frozen lake. What a terrifying ice seal skill! It's just like the 1,000-mile ice seal of the 9 great dragon kings recorded in Dolua's Virtues. He looked towards Hu Yuhao and Tang Dong. Was it one of them? It couldn't be, right? These two kids should only be around rank 20. It's impossible for them to do that. Unless there's an expert behind them, the white-clothed old man said. Teacher Li, send these 2 students back. Tell them to forget what they saw earlier. Give them high-grade compensation. Alright, let's go back. Hu Yuhao's spiritual world, Han Tian, Brother Skydream, this is... Hu Yuhao looked at the second martial soul he'd released. He couldn't react for a long time. This is your second martial soul, Brother Skydream said. You don't have to ask so many questions. You can't reveal this martial soul now. Remember, you can't reveal it to anyone. Oh. Hu Yuhao didn't know why, but he still did as he was told. Light Rain Hao, since your second martial soul has already awakened, you should prepare to awaken your third martial soul. A voice sounded. Hu Yuhao looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a gray-clothed man standing there. You are. Yuhao didn't know why, but he couldn't stop trembling when he saw him. The man smiled. Remember what I said. You have to be prepared at all times. I don't know when your third martial soul will awaken. Yes, I know. Hu Yuhao was shocked again. I actually have a third martial soul? Tang Dong and Hu Yuhao woke up at the same time. When they saw the white-clothed middle-aged man standing in front of them, Tang Dong said angrily, What's going on? What kind of monster was that just now? The white-clothed middle-aged man said indifferently, You're fine now. As for what you saw just now, please forget it. Otherwise, you'll be expelled from the academy. I'll give you these 2 items as compensation. I believe you're both smart people. As he spoke, he tossed a green item to Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong. The 2 of them subconsciously raised their hands to catch it. The white-clothed middle-aged man had already soared into the air and was heading towards Poseidon Lake. Go to class. Remember, forget everything that you saw just now. Hu Yuhao and Tang Dong looked at each other in dismay. They were stunned for a while. Yuhao, what do you think is going on? Tang Dong asked softly. Hu Yuhao shook his head. It seems like we've met a lunatic, right? Tang Dong lowered his head to look at the green item in his hand. He was stunned for a moment before his face was filled with joy. Wow, we're rich. The Soul Ascension Pill. It's actually a soul advancement pill. Hu Yuhao looked at it as well. It really is a soul advancement pill. He was a little astonished. Forget it, let's hurry to class. Hu Yuhao said. Aren't you going to ask me about the effects of the soul advancement pill? I'll tell you if you treat me to lunch. Tang Dong said. Hu Yuhao took out all of his assets and said, I'm a homeless orphan anyway. These are all of my assets. You can do whatever you want. Hu Yuhao was stunned. You're an orphan? Hu Yuhao nodded. Tang Dong continued. You don't even have a blanket on your bed in your dorm room. Isn't that because you're training so hard? Are you unwilling to spend money on a blanket? Yuhao said, I still have money to eat. I have a huge appetite and the food in the canteen is quite expensive. Tang Dong unknowingly stopped in his tracks. Yuhao naturally stopped as well. What are you doing? Class is about to start. We have to hurry. Tang Dong pursed his lips and stared at Yuhao. Yuhao felt goosebumps when he saw Tang Dong's stare. What's wrong with you? Did that fellow just now burn your brain? Tang Dong took a deep breath through his nose and slowly exhaled. Yuhao, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were an orphan. I shouldn't have bullied you. Yuhao chuckled and said, You didn't bully me either, did you? Tang Dong slapped him on the shoulder a little angrily. Can you not interrupt me when I'm feeling emotional? Let's go to class. I'll pay for your meals in the future. Yuhao shook his head and said, There's no need for that. Teacher Xiao Ya helped me think of a way. I'll sell grilled fish every day after school. That'll be enough for my living expenses. I'll treat you to grilled fish tonight. You know how to grilled fish? Alright. I'll try it next time. Poseidon's Island in the middle of the lake. Crack. There was a shattering sound, and many pieces of ice fell to the ground. A girl dressed in red opened her eyes. Her eyes were pale pink, and the blood had already faded. There was a look of confusion in her eyes. That's strange. Why do I feel like... She lowered her head subconsciously to look at herself. Her wet clothes had already dried. She jumped down from the bed and took off the broken mask on her face, revealing her slightly pale oval face. She looked like she wasn't even 18 years old. The contours of her face were a little cold, but that couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Her voluptuous figure was revealed as she stood there, like a ripe peach. You're awake. An old voice sounded and a long sigh sounded. Xiaotao, you almost made a huge mistake this time. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but a terrifying ice-type energy from the outside world surged into your body and completely suppressed the evil fire in your body. It even sealed you in ice. That ice-type energy was at least negative 200 degrees Celsius. It was ultimate ice. Do you remember what you encountered after you rushed out of the Poseidon Lake? There was a giant ice-blue dragon. I don't remember anything else. The girl in red called Xiaotao was a little lost. Giant ice-blue dragon, could it really be the legendary Frost Dragon King? The white-robed elder thought to himself. The white-robed elder came in front of her and said in a low voice, Why didn't you tell me that you couldn't suppress the evil fire in your body? Do you know that you almost caused a disaster this time? 2 outer courtyard students almost died under your evil fire. Xiaotao was stunned. I didn't know it would be so serious. I thought I could control it, but... The white-robed elder sighed and said, The longer you suppress it, the more powerful it will be when it erupts. Xiaotao, from now on, you should temporarily stop cultivating. Even though you are the #1 genius of the Shrek Academy in hundreds of years, you can't be destroyed for the sake of the Academy. If the evil fire destroys your consciousness the next time, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Xiaotao stubbornly said, No, teacher. I want to cultivate. I promise that it won't happen again. I could feel that the evil and scorching heat of the evil flame had been sealed in ice by a mysterious power. There won't be any problems for at least half a year. But what kind of power is that? How can it suppress my evil phoenix fire? The white-robed elder pondered for a moment and said, It's an ice-type power that's very close to absolute zero. We've studied the shattered ice, and its purity isn't flawless. There isn't a single flaw, and it's somewhat similar to the Frost Dragon King's 1,000 miles of ice recorded in Dolua of Destiny. That kind of ice can completely suppress the evil fire's effects on your body. It can even seal the evil fire in ice. This is many times better than any other method we've used before. Xiaotao was doubtful. But there shouldn't be a soul beast or martial soul as strong as the Frost Dragon King in this world. I've never heard of such a martial soul, and it shouldn't appear in our academy. Could it be that someone has infiltrated the academy? The white-robed elder shook his head and said, I've already sent people to investigate. Originally, I thought that it was someone sent by the families of those 2 students to protect them. However, after investigating, I realized that it wasn't possible. One of those students is called Tang Dong, and the other is called Yuhao. Yuhao is a specially recruited student from the Tangmen Academy. I've asked Bei, and he and Tangya met him in the outskirts of the Great Star Do Forest and brought him back. He's very talented, and he's an orphan. He only has a strong sister in his family. However, no matter how strong his sister is, it's impossible for her to sneak into Shrek Academy without anyone noticing. Tang Dong, on the other hand, has a very strong background. However, his background isn't that of an ice-type martial soul. As for the academy, I've already investigated it many times. There are many students and teachers with ice-type martial souls, but I've never seen one with such a terrifying ice-type martial soul. It's really strange. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed under Zhou Yi's strict and perverted guidance. Class 1 had completely changed. However, the higher-ups of the academy were astonished to find out that there were still 67 students left in Class 1, which had Zhou Yi as their teacher in charge, after 3 months of baptism. This was completely different from the Academy's estimate of a third of the students remaining. If one were to ask who had changed the most in Class 1 over the past 3 months, it would undoubtedly be Yuhao. 3 months ago, he'd been ranked 25. Now, he was ranked 29. He was infinitely close to becoming a soul elder. The increase in his soul force wasn't important. What made him the happiest was that his physical body could now defeat a soul ancestor. He could defeat a soul ancestor with a single punch without using his martial soul or soul force. Although he hadn't tried it before, he felt that he could do it. In terms of soul tools, he'd successfully created a Class 5 close combat soul tool, which had shocked Fan Yu and Kaitu. He truly deserved to be called a freak in the field of soul tools. If they knew that Yuhao could create a Class 6 soul tool, who knew how they'd feel? Tang Dong's soul force was the same as Yuhao's. They were both very close to that of a soul elder. He wasn't like Yuhao, who could defeat a soul ancestor with a single punch, but defeating a soul elder wasn't a problem at all. Today's physical class will be suspended. Zhou Yi stood on the lectern, her aged face still indifferent. However, as long as they were in her class, almost all of the students would sit up straight. Not a single one of them dared to make any strange movements. 3 months have passed since the start of the semester. You'll also be taking your first test to enter Shrek Academy. You'll officially become a Year 1 student after passing the test, and become a true member of Shrek Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to continue cultivating in the academy, at least until the Year 1 graduation test. The test will begin tomorrow. Today, I'll explain the main points of the test to you. After the test, I'll teach you according to your aptitude. Write down the direction of your future cultivation, and pass it to me later. After that, the students began to split into groups. Yuhao, Tang Dong, and Xiao Xiao were in the first group. When Yuhao saw Xiao Xiao, that desolate feeling appeared in his heart again. However, what surprised him was that Tang Dong also felt like crying. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.